Testing, testing, testing. All right, let's get this going. Dun, dun, dun. All right. Da, 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 da. Hello, hello. All right. Boom. All right, pausing Elvin's beautiful music. How's everyone doing? Hello, hello. Okay, he set this up for us. Hello, hello. If you guys have not seen the latest podcast, please go watch it. It was fabulous, honestly. It was so good. Let's see. Stay hydrated, girls. Exactly. Stay hydrated. All right. Hello, hello. Okay. We've got an exciting show for you today. I'm really stoked. I've pulled out my journals, so you know it's gonna be good, okay? I've pulled out all my horrifying journals. It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one today. It's gonna be a good day to be gay. Okay. Chat says, how would you define philosophy, Brittany? I'm really curious. Philosophy is the love of wisdom. It's everything that is why. Philosophy is why. Philosophy is the framework and practice of understanding your place in the universe. Philosophy is how you think. It's why you move. It's your relationship with self and everything outside of self. Philosophy is everything. And that's why I like philosophy over anything else, because it allows me to be everything and not just one part of myself. Philosophy is all encompassing. Okay. Now, let's see. How do I want to do this? So first, okay, so first thing, I just want to go over some comments that I got because I think it's important when we talk about how we think. And I wanted to get your guys' opinions on this. Do you remember the sexual assault story that came out of the leftist bubble, which was really disappointing and devastating for the victims? And the victim was mentioning alcohol. And I was saying, like, alcohol doesn't expose, like, your inner thoughts. Like, I feel like that's been debunked already. And then this person said, just to clarify, because I'm also a stickler for accuracy, the woman talking about how a drunk woman's mouth is a sober woman's thoughts wasn't saying your drunk self is your true self. She was saying that alcohol makes it harder to control the impulse to just to the thing you always wanted to do. Her real point was that this guy was doing exactly what he wanted. And given the story, I think she might be right. He didn't just accidentally put his hands into her pants. He saw that her lap was covered by the coat, and he waited until her hands were occupied with the car before intentionally assaulting her, knowing he could blame it on the booze. And I said, can you explain the difference? That sounds the same to me. I can expand it on stream. They said the difference for me is that your inner impulses aren't your true self. Your inner impulses aren't your true self. They are a real part of you, but your true self is actually the one who has those impulses and chooses whether or not to indulge in them. By the way, on rereading my comment, I realized that I contradicted myself by implying that he did what he did because of the alcohol, because the alcohol made it harder to resist the impulse. What I actually think, and didn't communicate accurately, is that he wasn't as impaired as he claims, because his actions seemed very calculated to me and were the result of a conscious choice, not a subconscious impulse. So I will say, like, when we have these conversations, right, I do think there's something to be said about, I agree with that sentiment. I think he used the alcohol as an excuse to do something bad. I think he probably uses it as a disguise for his bad behavior. So I agree with that sentiment. The thing that I think is interesting is the idea of, like, who is your true self? And this is a philosophical conversation, of course. Like, who is the true self? Like, who am I? What is the I that we're even talking about? Am I my thoughts, my words, or my actions? And I actually think you're kind of beyond all those things. I think you're more than your thoughts, more than your actions, more than your body, more than your brain, which in most people's mind would then say, oh, Brittany, you believe in a soul. I believe in a concept of, we're obviously all unique humans, though we're not special, because a lot of people are humans. There's billions of humans, so we can't be special. But we are unique in the sense that I am the only human as far as we understand it, who's having this exact experience with this exact relationship with life, with this exact makeup. Like, you can't find another literal Britney. Even your identical twin isn't you in that typical sense. Like, identical twins have their own things going on. They have their own relationship with self. With that said, we're obviously very similar to each other. So realistically, it can feel like there's not a lot of uniqueness to the thing that is Britney. And so, what is the thing that is Britney in the first place? And then is this thing even that unique enough to even think very uniquely of the actions that follow? So the question is, when we have these conversations, and like I said, I agree with the commenter. So that aside, who is the real you? That's really hard to decipher, because I think the real you is in the ever present, and the ever presence in motion, which actually plays into, and this is the really interesting part. Hold on, let me pull it up for us. Beep-boop-bop. Wait, what video is this? Hold on. No, it's this. Wait, no. Yeah, this video. Okay. This brings me into the idea of good and bad, right? I got this great comment from somebody said, I started watching your podcast about a year ago because you do the thing that I do in trying to see the nuance versus black and white. And I have a theory about that because we are both autistic women, but that's for another day. Anyway, I like this channel so much because your brain works similarly to mine. There are a lot of takes of yours I don't agree with, but it's watching you get there that I relate to a lot. My only criticism I have is I love your deep dive into the nuance, but you have a habit of putting folks in categories of good or bad versus accepting that people are human. And the nuance is that they're both good and bad. What do you guys think about that? Some people have the arrow pointed more one way than the other, but you can't just say someone is a bad person because of a singular opinion or even some bad takes. To be a truly bad person, there has to be less humanity from the individual. Being human is making mistakes and learning. I struggle with that too. So just an observation, it's disappointing when someone you like has a bad opinion, but it's why I don't idolize anyone. I just let them be human, and unless they're causing great harm or can't be talked to, I don't lump them in as bad, just as human. I said, hey, some thoughts. All people are people, even bad people. Their humanity doesn't go away because they're bad. Some people do bad things, and sometimes people are bad people. But being bad doesn't make you less human. I think because we live in a world that dehumanizes bad, we are afraid to call things bad. But some people are bad, and that's just life. I think of people as a moment in time, and if they never grow past that, from that moment, they stay bad. But bad people can become good. They just have to grow. And then I think so what I had to do yesterday, because I did my stream, and even though it was a short stream, some people won't click on a video if it's a stream. They just won't fucking watch it. So I basically took the stream and edited out the empty spaces and put it as a video. So I have the same topic, 2 different videos, so 2 different comment sections, but that's why I'm flipping between the 2. But then in regards to the whole bad thing, hold on, let me see if it's here. Hold on. I lost my train of thought. So let me just focus on this, and then I'll try to remember what I was thinking of. I don't disagree with this commenter, but I always struggle with this because it says I started watching your podcast about a year ago. Do they mean my live stream, or do they mean my podcast? Do they mean they watched me a year ago, so they've seen every video, or do they mean they watched me a year ago, but they've only seen like 3 videos? Because I feel like everything they said in this comment, I've said 1,000 times. So then I'm confused about, like, when people give me input, are they saying I started watching you a year ago, but I've seen 2 videos? Because that could make sense. But everything they said in this comment, I've also said on my stream, like, so many times. And then there's like this idea that, like, we are just human. But obviously you know what I mean? We need to, like, you can use whatever word you want, but me calling someone bad just means, like, hey, you did a naughty, you did a bad thing. Like, you're a human being. You will do bad things. You can be a bad person. You know what I mean? So I'm a little confused a bit about the comment, because I'm like, yeah, I agree with you. But also, what are we talking about here? But also, and that's the struggle, I think, of having a conversation. And okay, so here's what I want to point out today. So I put out a thought exercise yesterday because I wanted people to catch their bias and their prejudice. And it just flourished. It was so obviously clear the commenters fell into two distinct categories. Okay, let me pull it up here. So first we have this commenter who completely engaged in the critical thinking exercise. They said, oh, critical thinking exercise. Okay, I think Peterson is saying, or he thinks he's saying, that when you get married, there is a level of baseline of consent that exists within the married, and that married couple, within that married couple. So we talked about Jordan Peterson. I said, I made you listen to the clip 3 times. And I said, what is Peterson saying versus what do his viewers think he's saying versus what do we think he's implying, right? So here's this person enthusiastically engaging exactly what I was trying to get you to do perfectly with the exercise. That she understood it. She is in the category of, thank you. You understand what I'm saying. You engaged. Okay. Then the person replied, Mikhaila Peterson, his daughter, met with Andrew Tate and had kind words about him, a predator. Initially, they had to change their comment because they said they slept with Andrew Tate, which Mikhaila denies, and I believe her because assuming she did is fucking misogynistic. So they did edit their comment. Jordan was born and raised in Alberta, Canada. They go on this like whole background thing about Jordan Peterson. What does that have to do with the exercise? So there was 2 camps of people. The people that understood what I was trying to get you to do, and then the people who were so busy thinking about their bias and prejudice towards Jordan Peterson that they could not engage with the thought exercise without first making sure we knew how evil Jordan Peterson was, like we didn't already know. I know, I'm an evil man. Ask Ethan. He will know. He knows how I feel about lipstick on a woman, the rouge of her cheeks. You know, we know, girl, we know, right? So this person, I tried to go back and forth with them in the comments, but it was really hard because they talked very uniquely, like very flower language. So I got a little confused, right? Like they said, my intention was not to argue. Your thought exercise is a good one, but too generous given the man's body of work. The exercise has nothing to do with Jordan Peterson. It has nothing to do with him. And I tried to explain it's a challenge for you. It's a challenge for you. And that's what I'm trying to get people to understand. Your brain, this is your bias. And I'm saying enthusiastically and excitingly, I love you that you prove it exactly what I'm trying to say about human beings. Even the most intentioned, even the best well-intentioned leftist progressive person, whatever you identify as, your bias is there. That's your bias. Okay, I'll go into a different one. Okay, so are we clear so far? I've given you two examples of person who get it, person who doesn't get it, right? Those are the 2 camps. Now, I think it's this one. Okay, I think it is this. So then I had people who don't know my work come on my video because I had D'Angelo and Foreign in the thumbnail, and they said, let me see if I can find it, make sure I have the right one. I think it's on this one. Yeah, this one. So this person goes, hey, I'm pretty sure philosophically speaking, what Peterson signals is far more important and real than what he actually said or meant, as well as placing with those 2 competing interpretations in the larger context of Peterson's work, and a persona with marital rape, meaning is the more reasonable interpretation, as well as the interpretation more likely to be assumed, especially by his followers. I liked the comment so people would know I understand, but that wasn't what I was fucking talking about. With peace and love. Am I being too harsh? Should I be nicer? Hold on. I absolutely see where you're coming from. And though I appreciate the feedback and agree with you, I actually was asking something a little different. Would you like to engage with what I was actually talking about? Because I understand and I agree with you. That's just not the conversation we're having right now. So then somebody said, you're right, but she's not even making semantic arguments. She's just using the clip of Peterson as an example for how our bubbles can dictate when we use nuance and when we don't. This person gets it. This person gets it. This person gets it. Okay? In Peterson's case, the consequences are that negligible, because he's a generalized piece of shit. But there are a lot of cases where we get so used to applying it to people like Peterson that when people actually do deserve some good faith engagement, people or communities may not recognize the nuance because they've been conditioned to be so polarized on an issue. That's why she transitioned to the topic about stan culture and showed an example of someone assuming bad faith when to us, it's obvious that he didn't personally attack Swifties. Yes, Bob the drag queen. Exactly. This person gets it. So even if you have the right opinion, such things contribute to the degradation of nuance because most of an audience is not engaging with a high level of ability or desire to critique. And this hurts the left the most because much of the left's conclusions require a good bit of nuance. In order to even be, this is why I say you're so privileged to even be progressive without even having to think about it. The progressives who didn't have to deconstruct from conservatism or challenge their state of mind and who were just somehow lucky enough to be progressive, you're so fucking privileged because you got to be there. What, were you born progressive or something? Were your parents liberal or something? Because the rest of us had to face our consciousness. The rest of us had to decide if we were going to kill ourselves or grow. Did you do that? Because that's what it sounds like. Which is why it can sound like I'm being empathetic to conservatives. It's just because like I've been there. Like I've been in that bubble. I understand that people are good everywhere and they're bad, right? So this person gets it. I try to use examples, but this is what I'm saying. Okay, so then this person replies and goes, it is a very important point that she so far hasn't brought up in the video yet. That when what someone says is not always as relevant as what you can reasonably infer what they mean. Jordan Peterson is a weasel and will word his stance however he can to try to get off the hook. Once again, I don't care about Jordan Peterson. I don't care if I was talking about Hitler. It wasn't the point. But the point is that's all people can hear. That's all people can understand. That's your bias. Everybody has bias. Everybody has bias. Everybody has bias. And that's what you need to deconstruct, right? You need to understand that what I'm trying to get you to understand, which I know it's okay, I'll be doing this for the rest of my life, this is what I dedicated my life to, is that you have to understand you have bias. And so you have to ask yourself, why am I having this why can't I have this conversation? Okay, so secondary part. It says, I talked about kidology, I talked about being apolitical, and I was trying to make a human argument. A human argument. The realistic state of the world in America is that most people aren't voting. And first of all, kidology isn't even American, you fucking losers. Like, that's what I'm saying. She's not even American. Just in case anybody fucking forgot. So, like, she's not even voting here. So the reason she's apolitically where she is because she's going through something. The woman just realized she was a lesbian who can't even take off her wig in her own home. Give her a second. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't have to like it. I don't have to like it. I'm very critical of Kidology's decision a couple years ago to go on trigonometry. But I understand from a human perspective, the woman can't even look herself in the mirror. I don't know. Maybe that's changed. But the point is, the girl is going through something. Okay? And then you're sitting here and you're like, she's apolitical. She's literally, okay. And that's what I'm trying to make people understand. Like, human beings are also depressed. They're suicidal. They're going through things. They can't pay for groceries. To them, voting for a system just feels so at a loss. Okay, so then they go, no, I've had this argument with Kidology, which I don't know who this person is. You cannot be apolitical, and yet every stance centers whiteness and conservatism, while at the same time shitting on everything progressive and left as the non-answer to solutions. I agree with you. Can you not see the girl is going through something? That's what I'm saying. Like, I agree with you, but in her mind, she's not having the embodied experience of being political. She's having a completely different look. Do I think she's autistic? Absolutely. Is that my business? Absolutely not. But as an autistic person, when people say to me, like, oh, are you political? I go, oh, no. Wait, what do you mean by political? Okay, I was talking to my brother the other day, and he goes, oh, yeah, I'm not political. I was like, you've literally marched in protests, and you participate in, like, these X things that are political. He's like, I mean, I'm not, like, running for office. I was like, exactly. That's the problem. In my bubble, when my brother and I are like, oh yeah, we're not involved in politics, we mean that we're not, it's not like our, but we're voting, we're participating, we're marching, but then that doesn't feel like, yes, of course that's politics, but we're not like obsessed with, we're not Hassan Piker who chooses a podcast over music. You know what I'm saying? Like, we stay informed, but also, so when people say, like, are you into politics? I understand that some people are not, they're so busy even thinking about, especially as a marginalized community, guys, marginalized people aren't voting. I don't know why you pretend like you're voting. You're not voting. You're not participating. And also voting, I'm not even married to the thought that voting is the most important thing ever. How about that for a hot take? It's not just voting. Are you showing up? If all you do is ever vote, you're not doing enough. I would rather you show up to your communities and help children learn and help people be less bigoted than ever fucking cast a ballot. Yeah, because at the end of the day, if we were raising our kids better and we were doing better as community people, the world would literally be a better place, and we wouldn't even need the majority of people to vote because enough of us would vote to represent us. The point is, most people who are voting, most people who are getting out there, okay, they're fighting conservatives. And conservatives, you know, they love to vote, right? I'm saying you're not even seeing the humanity in people. So when I'm having these conversations, I'm having a philosophical conversation about meaning and a universe that's meaningless. Remember, it is meaningless that we even exist in the first place. So we build meaning on top of that. And you're asking somebody who's, yes, obviously Kidology does and has in the past. It's been a couple of years. I don't know where she's at now. Did appeal to whiteness, has appealed to conservatives, has actually absolutely gone through that centrist, like, who am I? What am I doing? But that's not political in her mind because it's her real life. Now, for you, you think politics is your real life, but it's not. Your real life exists outside of politics. You would be struggling with these things outside of politics. Politics is the construct in which you start to name these things, but these things had existed before. Okay? You said that is not someone who doesn't know. Someone who doesn't know would ask questions of those things, of those that do from the left to the right. Hold on. They said the same time shitting on progressive and left. Okay, that is not someone who doesn't know. Someone who doesn't know would ask the question. Someone who doesn't know wouldn't care, right? They said not to mention that just growing up with politics can be a privilege. Not needing to care about certain politics is also a privilege. These things are complicated and multifaceted due to the nature of intersectionality. Right, so for being intersectional, how do you not take into consideration that not everybody is at the place to vote because other things are more important to them? If you're taking into consideration intersectionality, then you have to understand that explains why people are struggling to get out there to vote. They're struggling to get informed. They're struggling to know how to vote. They're struggling to feel smart enough or capable or educated. Yeah. So both things are true. That's what I'm saying. Now, I can understand you saying from a political perspective, I feel like Kidology's content is doing more harm than good. Fine. But from a human perspective, you could understand the struggle. This reminds me a little bit, you know how conservatives will say, like, I don't understand why we care about people in prison systems. If they're bad, they should go to prison. And you're like trying to explain to them how they got there and like how that happened and how the system plays a role. And they're like, it just sounds like you're making an excuse for their violence. That's what it sounds with you guys. Like, you're not willing to see where Kidology is coming from and how she got there. And then you're not willing to understand like why she makes the decisions she makes. Now, again, if she was a political commentator, that'd be different, but she's not one. She doesn't do politics on her channel. She does commentary with lukewarm opinions, okay? She's on a completely different stage of her life. So again, when you talk about like how, again, you have to separate political YouTubers from people whose lives are impacted by politics. Because again, like you can't say everything is politics and then not consider, like, again, most Americans aren't voting, and Kidology isn't an American. So are you mad at her from an American perspective? Are you mad at her from like, who are you? Do you know what I'm saying? She's not an American. I don't know. I feel like there's a misunderstanding of fundamentally of what's happening with here. Okay, let me go up on stream. Comment section. Let me see. Also, chat says Hassan Piker having, who is this? JPEG Mafia on stream and not listening to music is so funny to me. Let me tell you this. I realized he's lying, but in a funny way. I think he's memeing. I officially decided he was memeing because I was watching One Piece the other day and I started crying because the music was so epic. And I was like, he's got to be lying. He watches One Piece. He has to listen to music. Anime music is one of the greatest parts of watching anime. It makes the anime. So he must think it's funny. It's got to be a fib. It's got to be one of those like, oh, this makes people mad, so I'm going to say it. Because how do you watch One Piece and not say you listen to music? You know what I mean? Like I don't get it. Okay, let's see. Chat says, hold on. I feel like I missed a question somewhere. Let me scroll all the way up. Hold on. My mom is an ex-Black Panther hippie lesbian. Love that. Definitely philosophically privileged to be born into. Whoa, love that. Holy fuck. See, that's so cool. Oh, growing up conservative is hard, bro. Is this how the half, let's see, is this how like half the class couldn't actually write an essay response to a prompt or follow the instructions for an assignment? Yeah, basically, which is fine. This proves the point of where Discord's like, what if he listens to One Piece on mute? Kill me now, okay? Kill me now, Discord. This is fine. This is good. This is the point of why I love philosophy is it actually exposes people's bias and prejudice, including my own, and it forces you to realize like you're doing the thing I knew you would do. I even predicted it in that live stream. I even warned people, you will do this thing. And then they did it anyways. And I'm like, and that's the point. You sit here attached to outcome, and I am not attached to outcome. I'm just here to expose it. That's my job, is to say like, see how I warned you you would do it and you still did it? That is all of humanity. That is humanity. That is the struggle of what it means to be a person. Okay? Look here. I really like you, Brittany Simon, but why are you treating being a good person, good opinion, as a competition? So I realized I was trying to figure out what they were talking about, this comment in my comment section. I was like, what does this mean? Right? So then I said to myself, well, maybe it's because when I say being a good person is really hard, they think I'm saying I'm better than you because I think I'm a good person. But I mean it in an autistically empathetic way to say like, hey, I know it's really hard. So like take your time and take a deep breath. Because when people look at me, they go, oh, you're saying this from a place of privilege. Like you're saying this like it's not hard. And I'm saying, no, it's really hard to be a good person. It's really, and I want you to be empathetic to society, to humans as a species, because it's really, really hard to be a good person. And I also want you to understand that's why the world sucks, because you keep asking yourself, hey, why does the world suck? Oh, because humans aren't good. Humans are good, bad. They're they're not great, but they're pretty okay. But they're struggling. But I think when I say that, some people will hear it as like a hierarchy or something. Just said, but Britt, do you think that's part of it? Is that people feel they need their bias? Yeah, I mean, I think in some ways, bias is just a natural condition of being a person, right? So I think that's a big part of it, you know? Chess says you can be apolitical personally and be conservative in effect. Definitely. You can be apolitical and be progressive in effect, right? Think about all those liberal boys who don't vote, or think about all those progressive boys who don't go to the ballot. A lot of men don't vote. You know, think about it that way. Or think about all the women who don't go to the ballot. A lot of people don't vote. You know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? It's a very big deal to be one of the people who bother to go vote, you know? Let's see. Hold on. I think I saw a question for clarification. So I want to make sure that I cover it. Do you think some people are born more open-minded, and is that a privilege? Yeah, I think your biological predispositions are privileges. I think I'm very privileged with how my brain works. I think my brain is so good. I think it's so fucking good at processing information, and it makes me more empathetic to other people because genuinely the way my brain moves so quickly understanding concepts, and I see other people struggling so hard, I'm like, even though my brain also goes, hey, what do you mean by that? I am a very fast thinker. Like I process things. I mean, the fact that I've even read thousands of books, yeah, and the fact that I enjoyed it, and the fact that I'm a fast reader. I did this fast reading test on the internet the other day for funsies, and I was like, holy crap, yeah, my brain can do this. And I was reading the comments, and they're like, wait, I can't do this. And I was like, I can do this. And that means something. Now, did I struggle in school? Absolutely. I struggled in school. This is the struggle of being a smart person who struggled in school. You're like, wait, I'm smart. And my teacher, I had a teacher who really saw it in me. He really saw that I was smart, but I struggled with typical schooling. And he really challenged me by giving me more homework and more assignments that better worked for my brain. And I loved school. I loved school when he did that, right? Okay, hold on. Let me scroll. Okay, if you guys ask me a question and I missed it, you can just repeat it. Because I feel like I saw a comment that said for clarification, and then my brain was like, oh, make sure you answer that, Brittany. But then oh, wait. I think I found it. Often when I ask for clarification that way, people respond really negatively, and I think I'm asking to avoid giving a direct answer, but I'm just trying to give an accurate answer. Oh, same. Wait, is that the question, or did I see a question? No, maybe I didn't. Okay. Okay, that's okay. If you guys asked a question and I missed it, just ask again, right? Let's see. Team M in the chat says I judge people based on how dangerous they seem to be. Good and bad are too nuanced and complicated to navigate a lot of the time. For sure, for sure. And look, I do kind of what I do is default. Like I think of a foundation of a person. So this is how my brain processes people. I build like an understanding of a person based off of a foundation. So I either start off with them being good, or I start off with them being bad, or I start off with them being like a question mark because I don't know yet. Like I don't know them yet. But let's say I was meeting Andrew Tate. Well, I would start him off with bad, right? I already know enough about Andrew Tate. And then if I was like, oh, he did a really good thing right here. Okay, that's one good thing. But then, oh, he did a bad thing over here. Okay, this is like a bad thing. And then I realized like, oh, he was doing like a lot of bad things and there was like too many bad things. But hey, he's got a couple of good things right here. It's like, okay, 2 good things to 3 bad things. He's bad. Okay? That's how I work it out. So confirmed the understanding of him I had was bad. Now let's say I met Andrew Tate and I actually noticed that he actually changed and he was doing like a lot of really good things. Like, oh my God, look at all these good things. And he only had 2 bad things. Well, maybe I would change his bad to like a good. Or maybe I would change it to like a better. Or maybe I would change it to I'm open to reframing how I think of him in my head. The idea is like when we have conversations with people, we already have a bias and a prejudice that's started to form in our brain, a judgment of that person. We judge people's skin color and clothes and aesthetic way faster than you even know you've done it. I know you think, but you don't. Your brain has already decided for you what your understanding of that person is. Then you have to deconstruct what your brain has processed and correct the program and make sure that your AI brain put together the right picture. Okay, that's if that helps you think about it from that perspective. You don't have the free will to look at somebody and not prejudge them because your brain has already done it. So you have to make sure that that prejudgment is checked. But what people do is they have the prejudgment and then they run with it. And then that forces a miscommunication and or a bad categorization. Okay? So you have to decide if you're going to actually pay attention to that, or you're going to say, no, I don't have that. Okay? Like I literally, this is a meme in my household because I knew a person once who would say that. He was like, I have no bias or prejudice. I was like, you have no bias or prejudice? And I remember that's like a new meme in the household here. We're always just like, I have no bias or prejudice. It's such a intellectually dishonest position to have. It just tells me you're not even trying. You're not even actually trying to examine what it means to be a person, to sit there with your big old chest and say, I have no bias or prejudice. Like, please grow the fuck up. Okay? Now I understand you don't want to say that you do because that comes with a lot. Same thing with the word privilege. Man, people are so scared to be privileged. Guys, at some point, I hope you know the goal of progressivism is to make sure we're all born privileged. Like, is that not the goal of progressivism? Is that may we all be born privileged? Now, I understand what you're saying, a privileged person who's not self-aware, but I hope you know the goal is. See, this is the conundrum of growing up slightly privileged, and then my brother is being like, my origin story is this, my origin story is that, my origin story. You grew up in the suburbs. Stop trying to have a hard life. Now, to be fair, you really do go through shit. I'll give you an example. Baby Brittany, this is May 2004. So what am I, 14, 15 years old? Trigger warning, very cringe. Trigger warning, very cringe. Keep in mind, I am an emo girly who was homeschooled, who went to public school in her sophomore year of high school. Okay? I graduated in 2007. Okay, ready? I feel, oh God, okay, well, okay. I read this to my partner this morning and we had a good laugh over it. Are you ready? I feel I should write something of importance, but nothing comes to mind except the world, life, and the point of them. I sit and wonder, what is the point to life? What is worth the struggles and the horror of it all? I'm skipping, going to the end. Are you ready for this? Oh God, okay. I feel as if I must never reveal what is living within me, but I'm not actually sure what it is, and I can't let it out of me, but I feel I could be dangerous, not only to others, but to myself. I just have to find out what is it and destroy it. It's autism, you stupid bitch. It's autism, dumb bitch. Man, we really think we're so deep when we're 15, bro. It's fucking autism, you fucking idiot. Okay. Okay. Listen. Hey, at least I was like 14, 15 writing this and not, 35. Okay. There's a 35-year-old guy on Reddit right now who's like, I've got this demon inside me. He's like a wolf and I can't let him out. You know what I mean? You just know there's a guy on Reddit right now typing away about the darkness within him. Oh, God. Okay. Okay, grow the fuck up. Grow the fuck up. Okay. Discord said, wait, past you had feelings they couldn't express or quantify. Has that stupid at 15? Wait. But listen. Do you know why it's funny? Because somebody else could read this and be like, oh my God, Brittany's a psychopath. Listen to her. She's saying she's dangerous to herself and others. But it's silly. Like it's not true. There is nothing dangerous within me. I'm not a serial killer. I'm not a school shooter. That's what's silly. That little Brittany thought there was something truly evil inside of her. There's nothing evil inside of you, girly. But I know somebody else could read this, right? Some 15-year-old on Reddit is writing this and everyone's going to call him a school shooter. You're not a school shooter. You're autistic. Go to therapy. That's what I'm saying. Like, before you transform these feelings into something like anti-feminist, just know that what you're going through is normal and typical and okay, and you're gonna grow past this, hopefully, right? Like, hopefully, anyways, Chet said, how much of that feeling came from religion? I mean, all of it came from everything, right? I was like, I knew I was closeted. I was dating a girl in high school. I was secretly, in the closet. Everything was scary. I had this like dream of creating like a teen mafia that could go and grab people from their homes and give them like a new home. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying is, what's silly here, what's like funny and cringe, is all of it was real and important to me. But that part right there, that there's something dangerous inside of me. There's nothing dangerous inside of you, girl. Relax, okay? But like, I need young people to hear that now, because some of these young people will really think that, internalize it forever, and never do the work to actually heal and grow up. You should reach a milestone of growing past this. This is young adolescence. You should not be thinking this way into your 20s and 30s. You should be able to say, okay, that made sense for my age, but we need to move past that. And the issue is there are 45-year-old men on the internet right now who are still writing like that. That's the point. Okay, that's why it's silly in that sense. I'm trying to relate it to adults, right? Okay. Chet says, honestly, it sounds like early critical thinking. You were aware enough of things you needed to deconstruct. Hold on, guys. Pause. What's happening? Wait, why are you guys... What's happening? Why am I getting feedback about this kid? She's not the point. The point is, right? Like, she's not the point of the reflection. What's happening in the communication? Yeah, she was self-aware. I was a really fucking smart kid. But imagine if I was at this level now. Like, imagine if I didn't grow past this, right? Not Chad glazing your 15-year-old self. Yeah, like, it's not that deep. You know what I mean? But I don't know. You know what I mean? I love her and she did a lot of work, but I'm trying to make it clear, like, that says maybe they just have empathy for 14-year-old you. Yeah, I'm a little afraid you're also... Maybe that's what it is, but I do too. But I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing at 15-year-old Brittany. I'm laughing at the absurdity that she didn't have the... Okay, hold on. What is happening? Hold on. Obviously, I think this is typical, right? Like, most teenagers are going through an angsty phase where they feel like they have the deepest relationship with life and they think they're nihilistically wise and they're smarter than every adult in the room and they know something nobody else does. But she doesn't. She's naive and young and ignorant. She's a child. This is just a typical 15-year-old who reads a lot. Nothing about her is special. and nothing about her is smarter or better than everyone else, right? So if you are feeling this way, you are not the smartest person in the room. You're 15 and you read a lot of books, or you like anime or something. Grow up, you know, because eventually, even though this is appropriate for her age, remember that this person, right, should be 15. The person writing this should be a teenager. That's what I'm trying to get at, right? Okay. Chad says, I think they just interpreted you calling Brittany a stupid bitch, but they aren't realizing you didn't mean it in the exact way. Yeah, I'm just like laughing at her because, again, I wish somebody had told me at this time, what you're going through is normal and you're doing exactly what you should be doing as a teenager, which I guess some people did, like my teenagers, right? And not only that, but like, this is typical. I'm not special. Because I thought I was special. That's why she's stupid. She thinks she's special. You're not. You're not smarter than anybody else. You're still a kid, bro. This is the brain that made me think I should be with older people because I'm so mature for my age. Remind those teenagers, you're still a fucking stupid kid and I love you, but you're not an adult. That's what I'm trying to express. She's not an adult. She's a kid. And that's the point. Because this kid literally thought like, oh, I get along better with older people. Oh, I love having older friends, right? So that's what I'm expressing, okay? Does that make sense? Is that better? That says, I think your tone can sound mean to others, so it sounds like you're being mean to a past version of yourself and people like you instinctively want to defend them. That's okay too. But are you understanding that this little girl, you know what I mean? Like she's just like a kid still. And she shouldn't be made to feel like, you know, she is the smartest person in the room. Does that kind of make sense? Okay. Let's see. Yeah, it's a smart kid, but still a kid. Exactly. I was a smart kid, but I'm still just a fucking kid. You know, that's the point. Thank you, Discord. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Okay, now, let me show you something else. Hold on. Give me a second. Okay, so look at this comment. It says, Chad, I'm scared. Why are Foreign and D'Angelo in the thumbnail? Am I about to witness some out-of-touch criticism of these men coming from this white lady? Edit, okay, a few minutes in, and it doesn't seem to be the case. Hopefully I'm right. You know I can read these comments. Talk about out of touch. Why are you writing this on my comment section where I could see you? It's a small channel. I read all my comments. Do you know what I'm saying? And also, why are you so defensive of random strangers you don't know in thumbnails already? Instead of saying like, oh no, are they in the thumbnail? I'm worried. It's like, why'd you assume I'd be out of touch? Also, why'd you assume my gender? You know, like, there's so many questions. I have so many questions. You know what I mean? I mean, I get it, but also like, what is this? Why are you guys so hard on for your faves? The whole point of the challenge was like, stop pedestaling your faves. And then someone's like, oh, if you're anti-D'Angelo or Foreign, you must be out of touch. Are you saying these men are infallible? That they can do no wrong? This is why female or femme people have a hard time calling out men in these spaces. This is the Hassan thing all over again. Assuming I'm out of touch because I'm a woman, or assuming I'm out of touch because I'm white. I'm not sure which one. Maybe I'm white. Maybe the white part. But the woman part? Instead of getting more credit in a progressive space because I'm a woman, I'm getting less credit. Sounds like misogyny. You know what I'm saying? It's just so interesting. Now, of course, they edited and said, okay, I'm a few minutes in and it doesn't seem to be the case. Hopefully I'm right. So they're optimistic. They corrected themselves, right? So they're saying, okay, like that makes sense, right? Chat says, also the internet is very racist. So just digesting the image of a white woman talking about two black people would make me nervous if I didn't know you. For sure. Except if I'm not mistaken. Hold on. Am I silly? Hold on here. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Like, I can see the thumbnail. If I'm looking at the thumbnail, it's like me in the middle and I'm a white woman. And then I've got just brown people all around me. Okay, so I could see that too. But it's interesting that I also have Dr. K and I also have Steven, but it's D'Angelo and Foreign that they're worried about, which makes sense. But also, like, it is interesting, this idea of like the hierarchy of things. Okay, fine. I'll give them that. right? But the woman thing, I don't know, girl. But then that's the thing. Am I a white woman in this hierarchy? It's hard because I never see myself as, like, when people talk about white women privilege, I don't think about myself, even though I am a white woman. I obviously get also, I get so much anti-Semitism that it's hard to feel like you're gaining the right kind of white privilege in that sense. So I get it. But also, can they tell looking at me that I'm not having, but maybe, who knows? Who knows? They changed their comment. That's the point. But that's that bias, right? Or that's that assumption. But then why write it versus waiting to see? You know what I'm saying? Like, why write it to, and then why talk to chat? Like, why are you talking to my chat? You know what I'm saying? Or like, why would you write it on a comment section to my comment section? Chat, and I'm scared. Like, they must be kids, right? Because doesn't kids call it chat? You know what I mean? That's what I think is interesting. Now it's okay. They probably are young, but I think this is the same person, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. This is the same person who was responding to this comment about kidology. Not to mention that growing up with politics can be a privilege. So then, okay, this goes back to my original comment. I don't know where you're coming from. And I change the way I talk based off of who I'm coming from, right? You know what I mean? Chat says, I mean, to be honest, you can call it chat. So you call it chat so much, I started picking up the language a bit. Yeah, but it's because you're literally a chat. And I started doing that so people wouldn't become main characters. Because initially, when I started saying out people's usernames, certain people became main characters and started feeling entitled to being like main characters in my chat. So I started calling it chat. So nobody would start feeling like they had like some people became such main characters that they felt they were unblockable. And I was like, I'm going to block you now. They're like, you can't block me. They're like, oh my God, I can't believe you blocked so-and-so. I'm sorry. You are not the content creator. I am. You cannot use my chat as a way to become famous off your username, which people do, by the way. They become main characters in chat. So then I block it. But I can understand the idea of where they're coming. So again, I'm not criticizing the comment. I'm observing it and exploring it. So do we understand that right now I'm not taking it personal? I'm asking a philosophical, hey, why is this happening? I can come up with the reasons, but do you understand that I'm not actually maybe it's my, okay. Hey guys, I just want to look at this comment right now and just for observation's sake, see where they're coming from. And obviously you can notice that the way they're saying chat indicates they're talking to my community, which is fine. Obviously they don't realize I'm looking at my chat. And because they don't realize I see my comments, they're probably thinking I'm never going to see this. Oh, and look, they did edit their comment a few minutes later saying, okay, that doesn't seem to be the case, which is nice. Maybe I have a new person who's now going to join the community, who's going to realize I'm a safe person to watch. Is that better? You know, like, see how your tone of voice puts a bias in people and then they assume one thing or another. It's like, okay, I get it. That's why I'm telling you, by 40, I'm going to figure out which Britney to come to work, which Britney needs to come to work, because holy fuck. You know what I mean? Let's see. Let me see. Question, how do we define white? How do we think when it comes to Arabic or Turkish people? I'm half Turkish and half Swedish, so I'm curious. I'm Asian or white or both? Both. We're West Asian and we might be white. Like, I'm West Asian. You're half of West Asian, right? It's Turkey, yeah, right? West Asian. So we're both West Asian, but I have white skin. You probably have white skin, right? I'm assuming. But some of my first cousins, they're very brown. Some of my uncles and aunties, they're brown. Some of my uncles and aunties, like, you're not going to mistake for white. But I'm very white. So I am white, literally. I have white skin. This is white. That's what race is. It's a construct of skin color. It's not a deep commentary on ethnicity. And then we have our ethnicities, right? So I am white. But if we're talking to like white, see, this is why I say we change the way we talk when we talk to different people. If a white nationalist was like, hey, are you white? I'd be like, no. And not the way you mean it. But yes, like we're all, like a lot of people are white. But like, what do you mean when you say white? Okay, did white men do 9/11? That's always the question. Did white men do 9/11? Technically, white men did do 9/11. I think some of them were definitely white men. So that's always the question. Like, what does it mean to be white, you know? So that's why I say, like, it's hard because you have to change how you talk given every situation. Then when you're on the internet, You just don't know who's watching or listening. So that's what's so difficult about being here and trying to have a conversation here. Okay? Because everyone just consumes information, hears words so differently. Tonality is so important. Like the way you say words, which is, oh my God, talking about that. I'm finishing up Dr. Kirkonda's review of Love is Blind this season. I hate to say it, but he's definitely given a, I almost wonder if I should message him, but then that feels inappropriate. Like I'm overstepping my boundaries, and almost feels better just to talk about it here. But he was the most critical of KB. She was the only Black woman. He was incredibly critical of her. Every other woman that I thought deserved so much criticism, he just was so empathetic to, so soft with. And I was like, the only person out of the whole series that he was genuinely so hard on was either KB and Casey. And Casey, he was more upset for reasons we were all upset. But KB, like, he even said at one point about Edmund, he said, I just can't understand why people think Edmund is immature. And I'm like, what is happening? You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? And that's the thing is, like, I do think, and I said this on my member stream, that because he's Asian, he might just not be used to a lot of emoting or harsh tonality. But I am a very hard, you see it, I'm a very harsh kind of, but I'm not angry. You know, and I even said to my partner yesterday, like, I'm so grateful to be in a relationship where I can emote in the way that I do. And you're not sitting here like, why are you so angry? Why are you so hostile? Why'd you roll your eyes? Like, you know, I'm just so grateful because, you know, it's like, ugh, you know, anyways, but either way, you know, the body of work he produces is great. Overall, his commentary was great. And that's the only part I'm disappointed with. But hey, we all have our biases. We all have our problems. We all have our blind spots. That's what I'm trying to convey to you. I'm not saying throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm saying it is what it is. Okay, it's not a big deal. So again, when we have these conversations, I don't expect you to always understand what I'm saying, but I would implore you to consider that you might not understand what I'm saying. Do you know what I'm saying? You might not understand what I'm saying, and that's okay. But you must take it upon yourself, the responsibility to actually process that and accept it for what it is. You have to accept that, man, maybe I just don't understand what's happening. Maybe I just don't get it. You know, maybe I'm just out of the loop, and that's okay. Right? Somebody came on my podcast channel and said, hey, I like your stuff, but you really need to change the title. It's offensive. And I just can't figure out how. I'm like, how is my title offensive? So I asked them, I was like, hey, please let me know, because like, I'm pretty dead serious. The title is really important to me. I'm pretty married to the title because everything that is, I monologued about this for, you know, weeks not weeks, but like the week leading up to the podcast, like I was like monologuing to my partner about this title. Like, I have the perfect title. This is exactly the question we should be asking. And then I was like, hey, can you like, let me know, am I missing something? Because I don't know what your reference or like what could be offensive to who, like who, what are we talking about? Right? Yeah. Okay, Chet says, I agree with you there. Do not throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think everyone's tolerance with content creators is nuanced depending on the watcher's values and why the watcher is watching. And again, you as an individual have no obligation to keep promoting a person or keep watching them. Michael Burns said it the other day on stream. He said, guys, you don't have to like everybody you watch. Like, you don't have to like everybody. You can just say like, oh, this isn't for me. I don't resonate with the work. You don't have to be like, oh, this person is evil and nobody should watch. Just be like, yeah, I don't really like vibe with this. It's not where I'm at right now. It's not speaking to me. I'm not feeling very like seen or heard by the content, and just stop watching. I did that the other day over the new year. I used to watch this gym bro, like so religious. I was like watching like every video. And then he put out a video. It just gave me the worst taste in my mouth. It actually pissed off his audience so much he took the video down. But it was too late. I had the negative taste in my mouth and now I can't watch him. So I unsubscribed. It sucks because I actually wish I didn't have such a repulsion to the video. I wish I didn't have such an icky feeling in my body. Maybe one day I'll go back to watching him. And he's more liberally, so he definitely like leans more conservative sometimes, but you know, gym bros. And the video was so icky that I was just like, damn. Yeah, you know. Chet says, I notice you say the G slur freely, but I assume it's ignorance. The G slur? I have noticed you say the G slur freely. G slur? G slur? G slur? Oh yeah, chat says, do you mean the Romani slur? In all fairness, I feel like Brittany avoids using it. Yeah, I don't girly? I don't use that word unless I'm reading a title, but I don't think the word itself is as it's not like the N word, right? Like where you can't say it. Cause I can right? Is it that bad? Like some slurs we do say, like the B word, we do say it. I don't know if that word is as bad as like the N word where like you don't even say it. Do you know what I'm saying? Because culturally it's so offensive, but people are using it in their YouTube titles because it's not there yet. Like nobody uses the N word in the YouTube titles. That's crazy. We know that's not cool. But the G word is like, is that what you mean? You said, yeah, for me as a Romani American. Yeah, I'm using it because it's not there culturally. Do you want it to be? Do you think it should be just as bad as the N word? Do you think people shouldn't use it like the N word? Because this is a conversation that's really hard to have because, we do use those words. We use a lot of those words. So I'm curious, not all slurs are the same. Not all slurs are the same level of offense, right? What do you think? I hear you, but I just for the record, I do not use that word except in this context. Like it's not, it's a word, but I know it's out of favor now, you know? So I'm not sure what you mean. I see you, I hear you, I'm open to it, Chet says the G word is not a bad word, it's a beautiful word. Listen, I'm not here to reclaim a slur. You know what I mean? It's not my slur to reclaim. You know, yeah, some people do have that word as a name, I don't I don't know. This isn't my word, so I'm not sure, you know? Okay, with that said, you let me know. I'm going to take a break. I'll come back. We'll do the second part of stream, okay? Okay, I'm back. Oh my God. Okay. Chaz says, I used to watch a gym bro who I thought was very informative, but then he said some transphobic shit. Now I'll never watch him again. You know who I just learned today is a transphobe? Finkelstein. Never really liked the guy that much, but I found out today he's a transphobe, and I was like, oh shit! Oh shit, this guy, everybody fucking sucks his dick. He's a fucking transphobe. That's crazy. I read his post on his website today to confirm it, and I was like, oh damn. He calls it the trans cult. The trans cult. These gender crazy people. I was like, oh damn. I mean, free Palestine and all that, and I know the work he does for Palestine, but also, damn. You know, what are you gonna do? Damn. You know, just think about it like that, right? You know, just crazy, bro. Stuff like that. Stuff like that is so interesting to me. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, but also call him out on his transphobia. What the fuck? You know? Okay, now let me do this. Da 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 da. Oh. Oh. Okay, wait, look at this. This comment says this shit that Dr. K said is so dumb though. Like truly, as someone in the field of biology to have babies, I'm just saying we have to prepare for it. Hold on. Is it before this? The advice and it's not working or get your goal is to find out. They timestamped it, but I think it's the wrong timestamp maybe. Say you have to have a, but like sure, the idea of, it was when he was talking about like what if your DNA has the realization that like it's going extinct or whatever. But you know what's funny is one time I had a discussion with somebody who is in biology and their field's biology, and they were transphobic. And I'm saying like, you know, when we use this conversation about like as somebody in the field of biology, I don't know what to do with that information since it's always that's the problem with this like appeal to authority, right? It's like, man, I really struggle with sort of this who gets to decide like, oh, actually, I know what I'm talking about. Someone else doesn't know what they're talking about. I don't think we know as much as we know. I feel like that's so obvious that we just don't know as much as we know. But when he said that, I kind of got what he means from like a biological experience, because everything is a biological experience. Your brain might be having a reaction to like, am I not procreating? I think that's the problem is like, because we're evolved animals on a planet, there's like these bro evolutionary psychologists, biologists, whatever, who is like, we're meant to procreate, which is why we want to have sex with kids. And I'm like, yeah, I will agree with you that you're having a biological experience where your brain justifies having sex with kids. And I'm saying you don't have to be that way. And if you are that way, we need to figure out what to do because you're not safe around kids. Like, instead of being freaked out, I do think it's very interesting that certain men, as they grow up, they don't then keep dating people their age. Like, I mean, I have a brother who did that. I have two brothers whose brains just stopped for some fucking reason. And I look at them and of course they're like the predators. And I'm sitting there like, hey, what happened to your brain? What happened to your life that you got to 30 and you're still dating 19-year-olds? What happened? And I could come up with a lot of things that happened, but something is happening. And I'm like, okay, what do we do with this? Because like, even the idea of being a predator, it is a biological experience. Now, the question is, can we have an introspective relationship with our biological experience as a way to prevent or stop or whatever? Like, yeah, we have to, I don't know what level to talk at because I don't know what education everybody has. So I don't know what everybody knows. And I don't know how to have these serious, I want to stop these situations from happening. But we're not going to stop them from happening if we're not honestly seeing human beings as animals. Because if we don't understand that we're animals, then we're always going to be like, God has morals written on your heart, and there's a magic fairy that farts on you in the middle of the night, and that's what tells you what's right or wrong. Like, none of those things, you know what I mean? Like, how can we even begin to have the serious conversations if you're out here talking about magic? You know what I mean? It's like, what is that, bro? What is that? Okay, anyways. Here's what we're going to do now. We're going to go into the secondary part of today's stream, which I'm so excited about. I've got my journals with me. I've got my journals. I'm going to read you horrible passages from my journals. You're going to fucking cringe, okay? I'm going to absolutely cringe. Okay, so this is 2013 Britney. Let's start with her. Hold on. Which Britney is this? Give me a second. This is... Which Britney is this? 2016 Britney. This is 2016. This is later. So this is first. This is here. This is here. Okay, and then which Britney is this? This is... Hold on. Which is this? 2015 Britney. Okay, so 2015 Britney, 2013 Britney. 2015, 2016, July 2016, November. Okay. What times? Okay, now, first, okay, how do we do this? We'll do it this way. So my Discord asked us, you know, well, maybe, should we start there? Yeah. Okay. So on my Discord, somebody asked us about this person's like checklist for dating. I don't want to name the person. That's what I was debating if I should do. I don't want to name the person. I don't think it's important, but they are a content creator. I don't really know who they are. That's why I don't think it's important. And somebody screenshotted their Instagram, put it onto Reddit, and was like, what do you guys think about this? I'm going to read you their list of their requirements for dating a man. And I think the only thing that might be important to know is they're a girl and they're autistic and they're in their 30s. But other than that, I don't know if any of that is important. I would never put this person on blast and not also put myself on blast. So I also wrote a list many years ago of all the things I want in a partner. And I want to show you why I thought her list was incredibly filled with like red flags and why I thought it was really bad and why I think she might be struggling in many ways. Again, not knowing who this person is really, but don't worry. I'm going to also put myself on blast because I would never just throw a girly under the bus without throwing myself there with her. Okay. So I'm going to read it out to you. If it has to be a man, I'm looking for a man who, one, has no kids in their life in any capacity. Now, as an autistic girly myself, when I read that, I said, has no kids in any capacity, like nieces, nephews, students, any capacity? I'm not sure what that means. So does anyone know what any capacity means? Because I read that as like nieces and nephews. So confused. Okay. Doesn't want kids. Okay, fair. Is expressive, face, hands, eyes, and voice. Okay, versus more monotone. Okay, noted. Is between 34 and 40, no exceptions. Okay, that's interesting. Between 34 and 40, no exceptions. Okay. Is above 5'10". I'm a majority attracted to taller men. I'm being totally honest. I've had a lifetime of men telling me they prefer me with long hair. Why can't I feel like this too? 6 and above feels right for me. So obviously we're a gender deconstruction kind of bubble. We're a deconstruct gender norms, falling in love with the consciousness. So obviously right away, I think all of us agree like this is negative, right? This is bad because, the fact that they prefer you with long hair, why can't I feel this way? They're both wrong, right? Like they're both bad. You know what I mean? Chat says, I think she means who isn't a baby daddy. Okay, sorry. I do this thing and I really got to stop doing it. Obviously, that's what she meant, but I'm actually nitpicking her language to tell her the reason you're struggling in life is because you can't be clear with what you want. Let me rephrase. Obviously, we know what she's saying is she doesn't want a baby daddy. Obviously, what she's saying is she doesn't want somebody who's co-parenting. But what she really should have written down is I'm looking to start a family on my own or have no kids at all. So the reason she's struggling with dating is because she's not clear with communication, because it doesn't make any sense. Right? But I hear you, Chad. I'm not actually asking. I'm sorry. I got to be more clear about the fact that I already know what she means, but she's wrong. So the same thing with this. Why can't I want guys who are 6 feet? Why can't I want guys of a certain age? Because girly, then you're not falling in love with the consciousness. You're falling in love with a version. But I understand a guy of a certain age might be because of like, cultural things we have in common, which actually would help if she wrote that down. Like if she actually wrote it down and said, oh, I would like a guy within this age range because I feel like we'd have the most in common. I'd be like, yeah, I hear you. I think 5 years is like a great age range difference, but I can see other ages working. Okay, I'm with you there, right? Okay. Cares about their health, gym, and activities. Okay, that's fair. Okay, and remember, every point I read, I would love to know more. Like, I would love to say, oh, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by the gym? Right? Like, what do you mean? You know? And chat, every answer you give is good, right? Because I should be more clear too about what I'm thinking, so we can have a better conversation. So that was my bad. Let's see. Okay, this part, ready? Is neurotypical and extroverted, has some real go in them, goes out into the world as well as happily having some loving time at home together. I need energy and momentum. Okay, is neurotypical and extroverted, this person's autistic? Internalized ableism, right? Gotta be. Okay, so I won't even like pretend. Internalized ableism. So you're autistic, but you need someone who's like completely the opposite of you and isn't neurodivergent? Like, why would you cut off your time or your ability to make connection with somebody who's... Now, look, I'm a neurodivergent, married to a neurodivergent, and our relationship is, I think, so much better because of that. But I am open to dating anybody of any disability, of any background, of any monetary, whatever. Right? Okay, now, is cuddly and affectionate with me, but understands I'm not what's expected. I am romantic, sexual, and physical. I do want that in life. They said segual. Wait, no, is this sexual or is this a word I don't know? Segual? Seggual? Is that the way to say sexual? But so they don't get demonetized or something? Isn't fixed or settled down in Essex. I want to go. Okay, so they want to move. So they want to find someone local, but they want to move. Okay, it is a dumb way to say sexual. Okay, thank you. Has good work ethic, works like I do. Okay, so now they're saying, I want somebody who has a good work ethic and works the same way I do. Okay, that's difficult because I understand. I used to think that way too. I used to think, oh, I need somebody who works like I do, but my partner doesn't work. And I think that's a capitalistic perspective. I also think when people buy into the narrative that we need two incomes to survive, that's also buying into capitalism narratives because that's not true. I mean, it can be true, but it's not actually true. It's only true if it is true, but it's not true. Like if we move to America, yes, our life would be a little different, but he wouldn't then get a job. You know what I'm saying? Like moving to a place, our lifestyle would just become different. You know, maybe they'd get a job if we had to, but if we live within our means and we live within a frugal lifestyle, then like it doesn't necessitate a job necessarily. And that's how I look at it instead. Is our lifestyle the one that can... So again, it's only true if it's true for you, but it's not always true. So when you say, I want a partner who works like me, what does that mean? Love is Blind this last season had a woman on there who had, yes, sold a business and made money, and also her dad had left her an inheritance. And Megan Sparkle, and then she paired up with this guy named Jordan, who is a dad who happens to have a kid. He co-parents with his ex, okay? And he is a working man, and she is rich, and she wants to fly off to Cabo all the time, right? They feel like their lifestyles are incompatible, which was obvious. But what was funny is the whole time Megan kept saying, I'm rich. I want to go have a rich life. I want you to come with me. He was like, well, I don't have a rich life and I have a kid I take care of part-time and I have responsibilities. I can't afford that. I can't afford the homes you want. I can't afford the life you have. At no point did she say, I'll pay for you. At no point did she say, you don't even have to work, or you can work at my location, or you can get a job in your field somewhere else. But like, I can support us. I can buy this house. Versus my brain goes, you don't have to work if you don't want to. I can pay for things. You know, that's the difference. The difference is like, if you want to, you know, again, the relationship I have with money is like all labor is good labor, even if it's not a paycheck. But if my partner came to me and said, hey, I really want to own a boat, I'd say, okay, we can't own a boat on my salary, but if you would like to contribute to our household income, I support you getting a job, and that income will be put into our regular spending budget like normal. We don't have our money, his money, sure, her money, their money, all of our money pools into the same pot and we divvy it out into our goals together as a unit. So if you want a boat and we agree on a boat, because I would also have to agree to the boat, then we can talk about it. We made the decision as a married couple not to live separately in any capacity. So if we cannot agree on buying a boat, we're not buying a boat. Because it's a family decision. It is a family decision to own a boat. If you've ever had anybody in your life who even owned a tiny little fishing boat, it is a commitment. It is a commitment you do not understand unless you own a boat. And I'm telling you right now, that is a family decision. Okay? Even if we can afford it, it's a family decision. Okay? So depending on how you do your money, this is a serious conversation. Okay? So want somebody with the same work ethic. Okay, it goes back. Back to her list. Let's see. Okay. It is in a similar situation life-wise and financially, has similar ideas and plans, money, pensions, homes, travel. We need to be in sync and equals together, even if financially separate. Okay. What does that mean? What is your standard? What is your idea? What do you have in mind? Because, even if financially separate, well, is financially separate even allowed? In my marriage, we're not doing financially separate. We're not doing it. We're not interested, right? So that already is a deal breaker. I wish she would go into detail about what these things mean because these things are so nebulous. What does that mean? Right? And that's the part that I want to encourage you to know. Why do you think this? Why do you need this? What do you mean by that? Right? Because I don't know what she means by it. I have too many questions, okay? Especially if you're going to make a list, but it's okay. I'm not judging. I will share with you my former list that I made when I was a youngin', and you'll see it's just like, it's so funny, right? It's almost silly. Let's see. Chad says, I think a good and bad are spectrums. Oh, this is a commentary on what we talked about in the beginning. I think even people who have done bad things can redeem themselves. Of course. Like this person who made this list. It's a bad list, but I'm sure she could redeem herself. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Inspires me. This is a major for me. What do you guys think about that? They said, I need a partner who inspires me. I don't know about this one. I think this one's a little weird for me. Inspires me. I don't know. Inspires me. I think I'm probably saying yellow flag for me. I don't need my partner to inspire me as a requirement of our marriage. That feels strange to me. But I would love to know what she means by inspire. Yeah, Chad says, what does she mean by that? Yeah, I would like to know, right? I would need to know, like, oh, what do you mean? That's interesting. Can you tell me more about that, right? Chad says, no one is answering a bullet list like a job listing. Well, okay, to be fair, this isn't, I made a list like this too when I was young because I think this is the autism. She's autistic, right? My partner said to me, my first date with him felt like a job interview. It was 8 hours long. No exaggeration. It was 8 hours. And we talked on the computer and I said, okay, where are you financially? What's in your bank account? What do you have medically? What's up with your family? What's your relationship with politics? How do you feel about religion? Do you want kids? Yes or no? That was how we dated. And after our first date, we said, damn, baby, you might be it. I said, I think I want to meet your mom. I said, we got to have a second date. So for a lot of us, especially neurodivergent people, this is the greatest way to date. That's why it's interesting that she wants a neurotypical person. Because what neurotypical person is going to want this? That's what I'm saying. The list itself is so autistic. And the fact that she won't date another autistic person is so funny to me. Like, girly, you better end up with a neurodivergent person. Because, like, hello? Isn't that kind of funny? Right? It's just like such a funny idea. Okay. Hold on. Did anybody say anything you want me to read? Let's see. Inspiring for me in my book is something I've always done for myself. Chad says maybe they have characteristics she admires. Ooh, yeah. Maybe like I don't know. I'd have to ask my partner. I think sometimes he does say like he's been so sweet this week about like, you're really amazing. Like he'll say that he's like, you're really amazing. Like, I don't know if he ever says you inspire, but I think he means to imply what maybe she means to say. But I also feel like requiring that of a partner is kind of unfair. It doesn't even make sense. Like, you inspire me versus like, hey, I'm so impressed by you, or you're really great, or wow, like I can't believe how much you do, But that's not about you. That's you complimenting them. it's not about what he gets. See, when she says you have to inspire me, then it feels like your accomplishments are now about me. Oh, that's why I don't like it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Versus admiring your partner's successes, something, you know? Chat says, doesn't share my, oh, this is a hard one. Doesn't share my disabilities. I've been open in the past and for many years dated people like me, but post-diagnosis of me being autistic myself, after everything I've been through already, the fact is I still have a 10-year battle with NHS and with ADHD and more. And for the foreseeable future, I need the space and safety and the ability to be me. Oh, for me, that's ableism. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's so ableistic. Like, I can't even process that information out loud. Like, I wonder if, yeah, it doesn't share my disabilities. I don't even know what that means. That feels so, that just sounds like a neurotypical person being like, oh, I don't want to date somebody who's autistic because like they're disabled, or I don't want to date a person with disabilities. I think that's ableist because you don't even know what that means. You know how many boys are out here, ADHD and okay. I saw a TikTok. Oh my God, wait, do I have it? Let me see if I can pull it up for us. This is so perfect. Please tell me I saved it. Oh my God, please tell me I saved it. Please tell me I saved it. Oh my God, please tell me I saved it. Yes.
And probably.
Okay. It says allegedly ADHD men offloading their executive function onto their wives and secretaries is why doctors used to think people grew out of ADHD. What? I believe that. So many men are ADHD, but would never identify as disabled. They would just identify as a guy. Oh, I don't shower for weeks on end because I'm a guy. I don't have to. Oh, I'm not hygienic because I'm a guy. I don't have to. Oh, I lose my keys all the time. Like, I'm a guy. What does it matter? Like, oh, I don't know how to keep time, and I'm always late to dates, but that's like because I'm a guy. Like, oh yeah, I forgot our anniversary, but that's like because I'm a guy, you know? It's like, bro, you're ADHD, bro. And the women in your life are pulling your weight because, oh, he's just a guy. And that's what she's saying. She is saying, I am the main character in my relationship and everything is about me. But I don't think she's malicious. I think she's disabled and I think she's struggling, probably because she hasn't come to terms with the fact that, like, you are more than your disability. You are a consciousness. And so, yeah, like, I think this original poster, I don't think I don't know her, so I don't know. But I would like to think she's not a bad guy. You know what I mean? Right? Wait, chat said it's ableist not wanting to date neurodivergent people, even if they think it's just their preference. There are many who are not aware of being neurodivergent. Exactly. I think that's the problem. Preferences are for, like, what kind of fruit do you like? You know? That's why I say, like, I love the consciousness for who they are. And I think these conversations are important. Like, when my partner and I were courting, I was going through a diagnosis for a chronic illness I didn't have a name for yet. And I told them, like, I don't know what my diagnosis is going to be. I don't know what my life is going to look like. Are you open to being open? And they said yes. And it's been nice. It's been a great process together. But I think the thing is, at the end of the day, we're also in a very unique position because we want to be together regardless of anything that happens. Disability, transitions, we want to be together. As long as our values are the same and as long as there's no abuse, we want to be together. I don't care what diagnosis comes up. I don't care, like, what gender, who anybody is. I don't care about if you lose all your limbs in a car accident. Like, I'm not leaving, right? Now, if you're abusive, if you become a Nazi, if all of a sudden you're like, Trump, 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 okay, well, then we're going to have a conversation about value differences, right? But otherwise, like, for me, we're here together. So, we're both neurodivergent, which means there's a level of disability in that. But for us, we just kind of roll with the punches. We're very kind to each other. And, we're not trying to live up to some neurotypical way of being either. And I think that helps. I think this is, you have to unlearn. I think this is what this person is struggling with, which is why I'm trying to be compassionate. I think this person is struggling with the lack of deconstructing from the neurotypical expectation of success. You're not neurotypical. You need to stop aiming for that level of success because the world wasn't built for neurodivergent people. And if you keep trying to play the games like neurotypicals, like, you will almost always lose. or it will come at the expense of your loved ones, which it often does with ADHD men, especially, you know? So that's what it is. Okay. Chet says, I think the idea is that we cannot both be in a deficit in the same way. Someone has to be able to cover for that. Yeah, but no one's in the deficit the same way usually. So this person, hold on, let me see what they said again. Let me go back. Doesn't share my disabilities. Yeah, but that doesn't make sense because like you could both be blind. So you could both be autistic, it's not going to show up the same. You could both be ADHD, it's not going to show up the same. You could both be, I don't know, whatever disability that means, and it wouldn't show up the same. So she's writing off a whole group of people and assuming that their disability would be the same when it isn't. You've met one autistic person, you've met one autistic person, right? Not everyone has the same relationship with, quote, disability as other people. So that's why the problem with this is that she's doing this thing that everyone does, which says, oh, I'm going to assume we can't be the same because I've dated some people versus, and again, I don't blame her. I did the same thing when I was younger. Okay. I did the same thing when I wasn't much even younger than her, where I assumed that these checkpoints would find me the consciousness that I would vibe with instead of loving the consciousness that I do. Regardless of these other things, we'll figure it out as long as our values are the same. Values are not disability. Your values are not reflected in your disability. Your values are reflected in how you talk about and engage with disability. So for her, for me, if I was looking at her thing to date her, I would say, oh, we don't share the same values when it comes to disability. Our values around disability are different. So therefore, we're not compatible, but we're still both disabled. I'm autistic. She's autistic. I'm probably ADHD. She's ADHD. Do you know what I mean? Jelly beans. Let me see. Okay. Let's keep going. If I miss any good comments, let me know. Okay. Hasn't done anything. Oh, this is crazy. Are you ready? Hasn't done everything already with another partner. I want someone who has yet to tick the big life moments off their list and be in sync with me. This is the problem, because if she's 32, then the only person that might fulfill this is what, a 17-year-old? What are you talking about? You sound like a guy who's like, I need a virgin. I need a virgin. Like, what does that even mean? The older you get, Habibi, the more likely you will meet people who have ticked those things off a box. You know what I mean? So that doesn't even, how does that even work? Like she'll have to, and then she said she wants to date someone 34 to 40. How can you want to be with someone 34 to 40, but expect them not to have anything accomplished? Do you have a house? What do you have? Right? Chet said, is she also saying she hasn't had any life experiences? Yeah. What? So that's why I need details. Like, what do you mean by that? You know, what have you, like, you know, I don't know what that means. That's what I mean. I need more answers. Okay. Let's see. Will grow old with me, not see me as Miss Tuesday. I mean, sure. Yeah. Long-term partnership. Okay. Love some things I do. Similar music interests would be a miracle. Kayaking would be great, but feel you've missed so much. Wait, kayaking? Kayaking would be great, but feel you've missed so much already there. Huh? Running, is that the word, kayaking? Running out of things that still spark joy to share. In all honesty, I'm tired. A take guru would really rock the boat. What? Love some of the things I do. Similar music interest would be a miracle. Kayaking would be great, but feel you've missed so much already there. What does that mean? Discord says, I don't want to date someone who's further than me watching One Piece. Joking. Stop. Dead. I'm confused. I said, is this for a dating app? It was posted to their Instagram. They're a YouTuber, apparently. This is posted to Instagram. So what's she saying? Yeah, chat's saying maybe she's done a lot of kayaking. So she's saying because I've done a lot of kayaking, we can't do kayaking together because it won't be our first time? What? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Okay, so then the ending point says, okay, Doesn't mind being part of my life online too. I can't be with someone who I have to censor out of every part of it. Be there, done that, never again. Initial dating is different, of course. Long term, I want you in my life entirely. Will be my best friend. Be my best friend in all things. I'm so tired. Honestly, they just sound too depressed for me. I need your depression to be different. Not that you're a bad person if you're depressed. Like, I don't mind if my partner's depressed, but they're kind of like depressed in a way that I'm like, I don't know, girly. Right? Like, you know, in that, like, you have to be on my street. I'm married. You've never seen my partner. I don't talk about my partner. I don't even use their name. Right? So it's like, yeah, your partner gets to consent about whether or not they're online, but why does your partner need to be in your videos? Maybe they meant not talking about the partner, like pretending they're single. I can't be with somebody who I have to censor out of every part of it. Oh, okay. So they mean like pretending they don't exist, right? That's what that means in good faith. Okay. Now, of course, I'm not just going to throw them under the bus. I am going to also read my own journal of my own lists I made when I was a youngin', right? Chad says, would you say it's a preference to not date people with different values, or is it more of a requirement instead? It depends on the values. It depends on the values. Like, I don't value hiking. I don't value gym life. I don't value it. So if someone's like, hey, it's really important to me you're active, oof, I am not for you. I am not an active girly. I will never identify as an active girly. I am not an active girly. That's not me. My mother-in-law said to me, I'm so glad my son found somebody who likes to be at home as much as he does. Yes, ma'am. That's me, girly. That's me. So values are and can be, values are a reflection of morals and ethics, but not all morals and ethics need to be the same for them to be good. You can be a good person and value hiking. You can be a good person and not value hiking. Can you be a good person and not value liberation for all? I don't know. Okay. 7-13, 13 by age 29. So how old was I in 2013? Hold on. I was born in 1989. Someone do the math for me. Hold on. 2006 was 13 years ago, and I'm 36. 26? Wait, I can't do math. So if that's wrong, that's not my fault. So it says by age 29, goals for life, become published. I wanted to be a writer when I was young. Tee-hee. Start a business, a bookstore. Oh my God, I loved this era of my life. I really thought I was going to open a bookstore. Okay, 23, 24. Have a permanent apartment, my home. 2013, this is 2013, Brittany. Get a kitty. I didn't have Indiana Jones yet. Create a loving and equal goal-oriented life with dating person at the time. Okay. This was when I was dating the guy who was 12 years older than me. Anyways, that was a mistake. Okay. Creating a community-oriented business. Okay. Community-oriented business. Okay. What does this say? Hold on. My handwriting's really bad. Fuck. What does this say? Kids under 14 post accomplished by adult. I wonder if that's because he had kids at the time and I was thinking about his kids. Front room, then back room for discussions. Oh, kids under 14 have kids? I don't know what this was. I don't know what I'm trying to say to myself here. Then back room for discussions, observations. Oh, I know what I'm saying. Sorry. Create a community-oriented business. Kids under 14 to be accompanied by an adult. Front room, bookstore, discussions, observations. Oh, I'm talking about the business. Okay, to create a sense of art and community. That's what it is. I'm talking about the business. Replace where people... Replace? I don't think that makes sense. Where people come from to discuss life. Safe haven. To create sustainable living. Okay, 2013, Brittany. Sustainable living, community, safe haven, honest and open forum, arts and books. Okay, that was 2013, Brittany. Okay, here we go. This is 2015, Brittany. Okay, 2015, Brittany. Things needed. Must work well together. Must take pride in one's work, home, and relationships. Must have money and a job. These were the lists I made before. Must be considerate of others. Must be kind. Must be honest. Must be prideful of one's work and humble when in the wrong, willing to listen. Can't identify as lazy and mean it. Because, you know, people say they're lazy all the time. Okay, most problem solve to make environment better for both of us. Must problem solve to make environment better for all of us. Okay, so do those need clarifications? Like be kind, be considerate. Now, the things that I would change now is like money and job, must have a money and job. That's not a requirement of me. It was before because I was dating people who just like wouldn't show up and it was being kind of frustrating. But then I realized that I really don't need you to have a job. I never even cared if my partners worked. I really didn't. That's why I was so annoyed. I always told my partners, I don't care if you work, but you can't make my life harder either. So you know what I mean? Like, we got to figure this out, okay? 2016 Britney. Oh, wait, this isn't a list. Wait, hold on. This isn't, I want to share this with you. This isn't a list of requirements from a partner. This is an example of what it was like dating at the time. 7/16/16. Sitting inside, I was dating this non-binary person at the time because I was polyamorous, so I was dating multiple people. So I'm at their house right now. And I say sitting inside Blank's house, had to get out of the house because my now ex at the time, the guy I was dating at the time, what's this word? I think I'm trying to say desensitized my feelings, like made me feel numb. In relation to him, skipping class, I'm done. I say that a lot, but man, I'm really done. I cannot handle the lazy anymore. The total nothing from him. Over it. Going to finish out my contract because I was a contracted nanny and then head home, California. My car payment at the time, I have a budget, was $367. My insurance was $144. My health insurance was $150. My food was $200 a month. My phone was $86. And my credit card I had at the time, I had a $200 payment minimum a month. Okay, so just for context, I would not officially end this relationship for another 3 years. I would say I was done for another 3 years. Okay. Okay. This is later in the year. So same year, but later in the year. Or wait, hold on. Let me double check that actually. No, wait. This is a month before that. So a month before I wrote that post, I wrote this, what I want in a partner. My now married partner and I went over this. It was pretty funny. Okay. Okay. What I want in a partner. Someone independent. Someone motivated to be better. Someone realistic and hopeful. Someone loving. Someone who listens. Someone who does what they say and admits when they can't. Someone who can do the small things. My tattoo, my Disney tattoo says the small things. It's between my sister and I, that we're sisters and besties, not because we're sisters alone, but because of all the small things. The small things go a long way. The small things go a long way, you know? Someone who can sit down and do the tedious stuff like bills and chores. Someone who understands that feelings and needs can change day to day and be able to voice it. Someone who will have sex regularly. Someone who will treat others well. Someone who will live and let live. Someone who will live and let live. I'm sorry, I'm trying to read my own handwriting here. Someone who will really take the feelings of others into consideration. Someone who is kind. Oh, wow, I repeated that multiple times. Hello, girl. Someone who will push me to be better. Someone who encourages me to get out of the house. Someone who wants to really plan adventures. Someone who plans. That's it. I made those lists because I was really struggling with my dating life. Like I was really struggling to connect. I was really struggling to feel seen. And so I don't blame this person. Like this person is obviously struggling to feel seen. But I think when we sit down and make lists, we forget to make lists that are about values. That yes, mine has a lot of values, but it's not enough. Like you can have a kind person who's great, who has all these things, and it's still not your person. Because the thing that was missing from those lists that I made, the thing that I think is missing from her list is actually liking the person, the consciousness, actually valuing that person, and actually really wanting to be with them forever. Like, it's a very big deal. You can have two really great people, but when they're together, they're not compatible. And that's what it is. That's the struggle. Like, not only do I have to like you and you have to have shared values, but I actually want to have to see you every day. Listen, as an introverted girly who, honestly, I got to get out of the house more. I really don't go outside enough. I stood on my balcony today and I was like, I feel alive. And then I was like, I want to go back inside now. And I do. I feel so good when I'm outside, but I just like, I can't figure out what time of the day I'm supposed to be outside when the sun goes down at 4. You know what I mean? But I've been in a foreign country now. I've been here multiple years. I don't speak the language. I don't get out of the house much. I have yet to ever feel sick of my partner. I've been now dating my partner for just about as long as I've been dating most of the people I've ever dated, and a little bit more than the average relationship, and just under my longest. So does that kind of make sense? Like, my relationships usually lasted between 6 months to 2 years. We've exceeded that point. So within 2 years, I was like, this relationship's driving me crazy. We are not compatible. We got to break up. The on again, off again was 5 years. And we're almost going to get to that point relatively soon. Okay. Like, we're nearing that point. And eventually we'll be past that point. And in all of this time so far, we have yet to get sick of each other. We've yet to feel negative about each other. I have yet to have any of the thoughts that I had during this time in my life where I was just like, I'm done. I'm fucking done. I don't have those thoughts now. And I don't know how to explain it to you, but that's what I think that relationship should be. So when people say, oh, it's normal to fight, it's normal to feel like you're done, I don't care if it's normal, it's not healthy. I don't think what I have now should feel as unique or special as it is, but I think it might be when nobody seems to have a healthy relationship around us. Then it's like, damn, like, am I special? Or am I just in the category of people that are really dating for values and consciousness? Values and consciousness. Values and consciousness. So, I'm just really grateful that I've done so much of the introspective work, so much of the work that I needed to do to, become this person. But I also think that, again, when we meet a person, that can change things. So if you go back to if you go to my podcast channel, at the end of yesterday's podcast that I posted, I kind of went through this. There's this new trend on TikTok that's like, we're being very strict in 2026. If you're a feminist, cut. If you don't go to the gym, cut. And I reviewed one of these guys' dating videos and I went point by point on whether or not we'd be compatible. So if you're interested in that, you can go check out the podcast channel to go over that. And I think it'd be like really helpful. I'll link it in the chat. But that's why I think I don't even mind the trend. I think it's a good trend. But I think you need to understand why you're cutting somebody. Like, why don't you want a girl to know what time you were born? Okay, because you don't like astrology. What don't you like about astrology, right? Oh, you don't want a woman who's a feminist. Why not? What's your issue with feminism, right? All of that stuff I think is important, right? Chad says, do you think anyone could find this type of love at 24? Yeah, I think my brother found it at 21 with his wife. I think they are incredibly high compatible. They've been together 10 years. They have 5 kids. And, my brother and I are very similar. And he was really dating a lot of people like, no, 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 no. And then he met this woman and I met her and I said, oh my God, I couldn't have picked a better person. I couldn't have picked a better person for my brother. And they have their values are the same. They had one date and they said, oh, this is my person. Got engaged in 3 months, married in 6. I got engaged in 6 months, married in a year, and that's kind of the point is like, if you have shared values and the consciousness, now keep in mind, they're also growing in a direction together. Because you still have to grow with that person. You still have to check in every day. We still have to say like, hey, like, do you accept me as the person I am? How do we have these conversations? So yeah, I do think people can find it at 21. I just think you have to really have a strong sense of who you are. So I tell this story a lot, but I'll tell it really quickly. When my brother was courting, trying to find this woman that he would then marry and make his wife, okay? Or she would make his husband, whatever, however we're going to say it. He wanted a date with this girl and he said, I don't believe in sex before marriage. Is that cool? Because I'm Catholic. And she said, yeah, for you, I won't have sex before marriage. He goes, no, 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 no. Do you believe in sex before marriage? She was like, yeah, but for you, I won't. He's like, no, I want you to have this value already. And that is what I learned from my little brother, because he's my little brother. I learned to take that into my dating life, that I didn't want somebody, because I always live for people's potential, not to date for your potential. No. Is this your value? Yes or no? Do you already have this value? I don't want to date somebody who's willing to do it for me. Is it your, because I use my ex. Okay, so this ex that I'm talking about in this, where I'm like, I'm done. This ex, one time his parents had gathered us together towards the end of our relationship, and they had us hold each other's hands. I've told the story before, but just stay with me. Okay. And they said, okay, blank to my ex, do you want Brittany to change in order to make this relationship work? And he said, no. And they said, Brittany, do you want blank to change to make this relationship work? And I said, yes. And he goes, well, if you want me to change, then I want you to change. And even his parents were like, do you not get are you not understanding the point of the exercise? I dated a person who was just like, they didn't have their own thoughts. Like, they never had their own values. Like, when I told them, I was like, hey, can you write down your values for me? Because I just want you to have these values. They didn't know how to. They just, no introspection work. But keep in mind, when I dated them, they were bisexual, queer, progressive, anti-conservatism, anti-Trump. When I started dating this person, they looked good in a way, even though they were I knew day one they were bad. But I kind of thought they were bad in the way that maybe they're in a bad situation. Maybe their life was just hard. I didn't know they were about to make the next 5 years of my life the worst 5 years of my life, So when I looked at people, and this, I got a comment over on my podcast channel. Wait, let me go find it. It's so good. They actually super chatted me, which was so sweet. Hold on, let me go grab it for you. It's exactly what I think is so important about dating that we take for granted. Okay, hold on. Let me find it. This one. Okay. It says, oh God. Okay, hold on. That looks like a lot, but hold on. It says, I wish I had this. This is my latest podcast. You can see the comment, right? I wish I had this advice and this voice 6 years ago when I chose a long-term partner. I love my partner, but at the time I didn't know what standards I was allowed to have. I didn't have them fully fleshed out. I thought vocalizing my strong opinions without turning the questions on him was enough. When all I did was allow my partner to bury some half-baked feminism and shallow liberal ideology, or worse, that I wouldn't stand for today. As it always happens, he couldn't spend every day with me and keep that hidden. That's not sustainable. It's taken many years to get to where we are now, where he understands my values for himself and knows he has to seek out the tools to educate himself. But if I could go back, as deeply as there is love there, I would not have chosen to spend years raising a grown man. Even today, he shared an anecdote from a comedian he enjoys. We share a sense of humor in many ways, but not so much in others. The story came across as pretty misogynistic. I had to say, you're telling me this because you feel it's funny and harmless, but I'm surprised you thought I'd feel the same way. In a relationship, not everything we say to each other has to be put through a filter of, will my partner find value in this or share my interest? Sometimes you want to vent about your day and it's for you, not the person listening. But if I could go back in time, a standard high in my list would be whether or not someone can know me deeply enough to see the things through my lens when prompted. If I ask, why might I find this upsetting and distasteful? I think with the right headspace, my partner should have the answer to that. True. I feel like my partner has that answer to it when we talk. I can say this because I can do this for him. I do know him on that level. It took him many years to see me on that level. At 21, I thought it was enough that someone voted progressive, had strong female presence in his life, and was comfortable speaking about LGBT people and being around them. Goodness gracious, no one warned me that that's not the litmus test for whether or not a man was actively listening or bettering himself. I don't think most progressive, in quotations, men know that the learning never stops for all of us. Yeah, I think that's what it is. The learning never stops. And I think I didn't know that either. I didn't know that when I was dating. I thought as long as I ticked off these things, I've never dated a conservative. I mean, I guess the only person I ever dated that grew up conservative but was quote apolitical was a girl I dated in my early 20s, and that was a struggle for sure. But she was bisexual and hanging out BDSM dungeons, and we had a really great time together. It was so much fun. But it wasn't a long relationship. It was like 6 months or something. Okay, we had a great time. And then we broke off and had one of the best breakups ever. We went to IHOP and had pancakes. I hope she's doing good in her life. Okay. We were incompatible. She wasn't political, but the next few people I dated were always liberals, always anti-Republican, always this, but it wasn't enough. Actually, I said in my podcast yesterday, the guy said, if you're a liberal, cut. And I said, honestly, I don't know if I could date a liberal now. I'm pretty sure I couldn't. I'm almost positive that if I was on the dating market today, I would never date a liberal. And that's just the point. You meet people at different times in your life. And that's why growing together in a direction is so important. So one of the requirements of my partnership with my partner is that we continue to learn, we continue to deconstruct, we continue to aim for a future that's progressive. Okay? That's important to me. That's important to us. So we had to agree on that. Like stagnation, not an option. Okay? You cannot become stagnant. And you have to have these conversations where you say, can you understand how I feel? Like, what do I feel? Actually, if you watch Love is Blind, the reason I was so upset with people not understanding KB versus Edmund is because KB was being very much like, can you understand what I'm saying? And Edmund couldn't. And I'm saying, I'll do it, KB, which by the way, KB is bisexual. I saw an interview with her and she said she dates women. So I knew I loved her for a reason. I knew I was identifying with KB so hard for a reason because I remembered being 27 and being this girl and trying to show up for your male partner who was immature and trying to do these things. And I knew, and that's why I was so in defense of her because I knew exactly what she was trying to say. She's like, can you please be a mirror and make it clear to me that you understand what I'm saying? I do this with my partner, okay? My partner and I do this all the time where I'll say, do you understand what I'm saying? Can you validate me so I know you know what I'm saying? He'll say something. I'm like, no, that's not it. Can you try again? He'll be like, hold on. This. I'm like, yes, that's it. Okay, you got it. And then we have to trust each other to be good faith. We have to trust each other that we're not playing a game. Now, I understand why Dr. Kirk Honda's brain read KB as maybe playing some sort of, not exactly KB. I think he tried to say it wasn't KB, but it was somebody like KB might be playing a game. The difference is good faith. The difference is the good faith that I felt from KB and my partner feels from me. I love you. I promise you, I will validate you if I feel seen. I do this here on stream. When you guys repeat the levels back to me or my ideas back to me and I go, no, yes, this person gets it. This person, because the way you react to me will make sense if you understand what I'm saying. But if you don't understand what I'm saying, you'll say something else. And that's what's so hard with debate, what's so hard with conversation, what's so hard with connection is like, you have to have the good faith to say like, is this correct? And then on top of that, you, like I said in my requirements for a partner, you have to be willing to say, oh, I think I am wrong. Hold on, let me double check. Oh, I think I did mishear you. Or, yeah, I think I am getting defensive. But just because I'm a defensive doesn't mean I'm wrong. You can be defensive and correct. But maybe, you know what I mean? This is all why it is so hard to find not only good friends, good community, and good partnership, but it's hard to have a good relationship with yourself because you have to be able to deconstruct all of those things that keep you so limited. Like, look, so with all of that said, let's just go through the first couple again together. So this 32-year-old autistic woman puts out this post on Instagram of their dating requirements. If it has to be a man, they say, I'm looking for a man who has no kids in their life in any capacity, doesn't want kids. Okay. Is expressive, face, hands, eyes, voice, is between 34 and 40, no exceptions. Is above 5'10". I'm a majority attracted to taller men. I'm being totally honest. I've had a lifetime of men telling me they prefer me with long hair. Why can't I feel like this too? 6 and above feels right for me. Cares about their health, gym, and activities. Is neurotypical and extroverted. Has some real go in them, goes out in the real world, as well as happily having some loving time at home together. Okay, I need energy and momentum. Cuddly and affectionate. Okay, doesn't share my disabilities. I've been open in the past and for many years dated people like me, but post-diagnosis of me being autistic myself, after everything I've been through already, the fact is I still have a 10-year battle with NHS, with ADHD and more. And for the foreseeable future, I need the space and safety and ability to be me. Like, do we kind of see Like, do we kind of see the thing? Oh, yeah. Chat says, is there a list for non-men? Great question, because that's also the other part of it. I have the same list for both people, all people. It doesn't matter your gender. I don't care what your gender is. I have the same requirements for everybody I date. So the fact is, they said, if it has to be a man, this is the kind of man I want. What does it matter what their gender is? What does that mean? You know? Yeah, like, what does that mean? Okay, has a good work ethic, works like I do, is in a similar situation like work-wise. This one's crazy though. Hasn't done everything already with another partner. This reminds me of, there's this conservative dating bubble that says nothing worse than dating a girl that did all the crazy sex stuff with her ex but doesn't do it with you. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, maybe, you know, in her early 20s, anal was a lot funner than in her 40s. You know what I mean? But also, what do you mean? Like, can't we do different stuff together? Like, you have no imagination? We can't do different things? Like, it's this idea of wanting to be first. It's this, like, obsession with being, you know, I don't know, like being, I don't know, like, I don't know. Okay, but then, my partner and I talked about this yesterday. What if I had watched One Piece without them? Like, what if I had already seen, because we talked about how it'd be easy. Like, if I dated now, the easiest way for me to weed out people is like, do you like One Piece? Did you like it? Because if you say no, we can't be together. That's a good question. Because I'm serious. One Piece is not negotiable. I'm not going to marry, I cannot be with somebody who, one, doesn't like anime. That's a huge requirement for me. But also, like, if you hate One Piece, like, we can't be together. That's a values difference. If you've gotten, listen to me, if you have gotten to episode 1000 and you do not understand how good One Piece is, it's over. If you've never seen One Piece, that's one thing, okay? But then I told my partner, but if that was the case, then we wouldn't have this together. Watching One Piece with him for the first time has been a great experience. I mean, he's seen it a bunch of times, but us watching it together for the first time has been such a cool experience, and we've had so much fun. Right? Like, it's been a beautiful bonding thing that we do as a couple. We've cried together. We've laughed together. We've like yelled at the TV together. I'm like, and like, it's so intimate. And yet, if I had watched it without him, it also would have been fine. You know, it's just kind of funny. Like, that it's just kind of funny the way we decide like who's compatible and who's not. But obviously, it's, you know, it's like those girls who are like, ew, you watch anime? Gross. Like, obviously, I can't be with one of those girls. Could you imagine if I'm on a date with a girl and she's like, oh my God, can you believe people watch anime? That happened to my friend. My friend was on a date with a guy and there was a Dragon Ball Z figurine. And my friend was like, oh, yeah, I don't want my apartment to be like filled with Dragon Ball Z stuff. And the guy was like, yeah, ew, anime. And they were like, wait, I want it to be filled with different anime stuff. But I was just talking trash on Dragon Ball Z. And I was like, I can't believe you talk trash. Like, I was like, I can't believe I'm fighting you for this Dragon Ball Z slander. But my friend is an anime person. They just don't love Dragon Ball Z. But this person doesn't like anime. And my friend had the realization of like, oh, we're talking shit for different reasons. And that's the point. I want you to process that information. Like, process the fact that there are people. And I get it. It's fine. Typically, I think it is neurotypical people, in my opinion, who tend to be anti-anime. I think neurodivergent people really love anime in a way, in the same way that we love Disney. There's just something really great about engaging in like youth culture in a sense. Like, a lot of anime are young characters, and there's something like Disney cartoons. Like, I love Disney. I don't have kids, but I still watch Disney movies. Do you know what I'm saying? And there's something really magical to me to keep youthful, to keep my imagination, to remember what it's like to be a kid, because I think there's so much beauty in remembering how wonderful the world can be when you're just curious and open-minded, right? Versus when you're like shut down. And like, I get it. You want to be serious when you're serious. So one of the other parts of it is like, my partner and I, we have a requirement in this marriage that we are adults when it's time. And when we don't have to be adults, we're like hanging out and chilling and nothing's that serious. But I do think life is too serious not to be a grown up. So you can't be a big kid forever. But, you know, sometimes I can be a big kid. you know, but my whole personality isn't being one. This person reads as like a bit, like very immature to me. And that's why I'm like, you need to grow up a bit. But then this is like a lot of people. Now, okay, let me show you this though. Comment section on Reddit for this post says, running out of things to share that still spark joy. So she thinks a man will fix her life. Got it. She's looking for a manic pixie dream boy to fix her boring, miserable life and to be her endlessly patient, understanding caregiver. Good luck with that. Damn, that's negative, bro. But if you're 6'1", 36-year-old athlete and a software engineer who's never been married and has no kids and never wants kids and wants to travel, but hasn't, she needs to explore everything with you, lives near exes, but willing to settle wherever OP says, and you want to deal with her disabilities and problems, she might take you kayaking. I don't know, though. You miss so much. That's so mean, right? Don't forget, though, you can't be neurodivergent. Only OP is allowed that. Damn, bro, damn. The must want to travel extensively, but you better not have gone to the Eiffel Tower already is sending me. Don't forget, no kids in their lives in any capacity. No nieces, nephews, cousins, friends with kids. I mean, I'm child free, but I don't want, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, like that's the problem. I don't want to like rudely like go for her in this way, but damn. Like, yeah, you know, okay. She sounds like a wet blanket. A good rule of thumb is to be the kind of person you want to be around. It's hard to imagine even being friends with someone like this. Honestly. She does kind of sound like a Debbie Downer. She does sound a wee bit like a negative Nancy, you know? Which this is why if she ever watches this video, I hope she knows, like, I believe in you and I hope you're a good person. But girly, we have got to meditate. We have got to do philosophical work. We have got to deconstruct ableism and deconstruct gender expectations and deconstruct, because, oh my God, like you are burdening yourself with a burden so unnecessary. Like you're just so unnecessarily suffering. This is unwise suffering. She is unwise suffering. And I don't blame her. I think she's been trained in the world to think this is what makes sense, you know? And it's not that uncommon. I see people all the time with exactly this perspective. So she's not alone. This is why I put myself on blast and mentioned my own lists, because I understand. I remember, and by the way, my partner and I went through those lists and some of those things, okay, at one point in my life, I thought to myself, I could never be with somebody who was overweight. That was something I used to believe. And then like a long time ago, okay, I deconstructed past that when I crushed on a couple of people who were overweight. And I was like, never mind, just kidding. You know, you think things of yourself until, you know, you see a beautiful girl walk up and she's like a little chunky monkey and you're like, never mind, I'm in love, you know? Or like you see a guy who has that dad bear build and you're like, never mind, never mind, never mind. You know what I mean? So you know, you really limit yourself because you haven't had the experience yet in a big way. Now, again, for me, what I tried to take into consideration is like, I will never write off a whole category of person unless the category of person is bigot. Then in that case, no. But I'm not going to write somebody off like, oh, I'll never date anybody who is disabled. Like, I don't even think about that anymore. Like, no. You know what I mean? You know, I don't think about it right now. I don't at this stage in my life. And that's why I think I'm again, empathetic to this person, but they are 32. So it's kind of like, see, at what point should you hit the expectation of deconstructing these things? Obviously, everyone's life is different. So she could be 90 and still thinking this. But imagine being 32, autistic and disabled, and you're still out here being like, I need a 6'5", blue hair, blue eyes, whatever, blonde hair, blue eyes, you know. I don't know. It feels very liberal coded, maybe, with a progressive twist. Like they almost feel like they'd be on Tumblr, but they're liberal, which I feel like I was a liberal when I was on Tumblr, so that makes sense. You know, even though, guys, this is liberal Brittany, by the way. Liberal Brittany who wants to start a business about collective and community. That's liberal Brittany. That's not progressive Brittany. This is liberal Brittany who thought she was progressive, but I was definitely a liberal, you know, even though I always hated the Democrat Party on principle. Okay. But yeah, that's more liberal Brittany. Yeah, the Tumblr clock is so true. I think it is. I think it's very Tumblr coded. Because it might be self-protective too, self-sabotage. For sure. Like, Right, afraid to make the connection. Well, I think that's the point. I said this to a friend of mine because all my friends are back on dating apps this season. I don't know what's going on. And I was like, is everyone back on a dating app this season? Apparently. And I said, are you ready for a serious relationship or are you ready for casual? They're like, yeah, I want to find a person. I was like, but everything about your profile says you don't want to find a person. And they're like, well, I just, I want to see where it goes. I was like, so you don't want to seriously date? And they're like, well, I just want to see where it goes. I was like, so you don't want something serious? And they're like, and I was like, what? You can't say I want something serious and write on your profile, let's see where it goes. What do you mean, let's see where it goes? There's only two places it can go, breakup or marriage. You know what I mean? You can't see where it goes. That's what I'm saying. Like, hello? And that's what I'm trying to explain to people. Like, you and your life is a reflection of what you're actually aiming for, whether you know it or not. So I'll give an example. I was in a relationship that when I examined it, I obviously wasn't serious about finding a life partner in an embodied sense. I was serious in a young, typical, oh my God, we have such a deep relationship because we're so dark and deep together, but it wasn't like a grown-up relationship. I wasn't actually thinking like a grown-up. And until I was like, hey, I want a grown-up life. I want to have a grown-up life, like for real. I couldn't admit to myself that I was in a childish relationship. I was in a child relationship, even though we were adults. That's really hard. It's different than women, because I was going down a rabbit hole of women who ended up being married to men who killed their kids or killed them. That is different than what I experienced. That relationship where the man is so deceptive and so perfect and they're not fighting and there's no red flags and you never would have seen it coming. I was not in that relationship. That is so scary. These women could not have known 19 years of a relationship to them that was so real, only to find out their husbands were living double lives. That was not my experience. I was in a typical toxic relationship where it was very clear we were having problems. Everybody knew. There was no facade of it being a perfect relationship. And what my denial is that I could take this very toxic thing and make it healthy. And that I wasn't toxic just because the man was toxic, except I realized, oh my God, what healthy person would stay in this relationship? Which is why when I got healthy and I was on my other journey years later, when I went back to dating, I recognized it first date. I'm like, nope, that's the toxicity, next. Nope, that's the toxicity, next. And I was very strict about like what level I was going to deal with. Because look, all people have toxic moments, but not everyone has a level of toxicity that stays with them every day throughout the day, right? Not in the way that would be detrimental to your life and your safety and all that stuff. So when I dated and courted this person, it was like, hey, give me all of the things that are red flags about you or could be red flags about you, and I'll do the same. And then we can decide based off those red flags if it's really a red flag for our relationship, because red flags aren't universal. I'm autistic. My partner's ADHD. For some people, like this girly, apparently, that's a red flag. But for us, that's not a red flag. If anything, that was kind of nice. Now, to be fair, when we dated, I didn't know I was autistic. But I think there were clues. So at the time, I was diagnosed BPD and diagnosed or getting a diagnosis for fibromyalgia. But I didn't get a diagnosis for autism until after we were married. But my partner already kind of like, you know what I mean? They were like, so I don't think it was that big of a deal, But I think that's the thing I had to be realistic about myself, was admitting that I was willing to be in bad relationships because I thought I could make it better. I could save him if he just got the right therapy. If I just intervened, if I just believed in him hard enough, he'd be a good person. I don't have to worry about doing any of that anymore. I know he's a good person. I know they're great. She really shows up. And we're an amazing team together. And because of that, marriage is so easy. Marriage is so easy. Oh my God, it's so great. Highly recommend, Okay, let's take, I was going to do a short stream today, but now I kind of want to show you some TikToks. So let me take a break. I'll come back. We'll talk about those TikToks. Okay, I'm back. All right. So, okay, let's pause. 1, 2, 3. Did we talk about this Alex O'Connor video? Because I thought it might actually kind of makes, I don't know if we ever went over this. He got interviewed by Big Think, but this particular clip I think really resonated with the conversation we had earlier in stream about why people mistake feelings for moral insight. And I just want to play it for you. Can you remind me, did we talk about this?
It's a very difficult thing to define, famously, like concepts like good and bad, but we employ them all the time. Like, what is the difference between a murder just occurred and it's wrong that that murder just occurred? If you try to isolate what the actual difference is there, I think it has to just be an attitude. It's an expression. It's the way you feel. And so the only thing that can be added by saying that something is wrong is the expression of that attitude. My name's Alex O'Connor. I'm the host of the Within Reason podcast. I think I'm best described as a philosophy YouTuber and former edgy atheist.
How emotivism shapes ethics.
So I think Alex, I don't know if Alex still identifies as a motivist, but this is interesting.
Emotivism is an ethical theory. It's also a theory of language, really, but it belongs in this discussion around, what is good and what is bad. Broadly speaking, people might be familiar that when it comes to morals, what's good and what's bad, there are kind of two schools. You have the objectivists who think that there are things which are good and bad, whether you like it or not. And there are the subjectivists who say it's kind of just all your opinion. It's your preference. Some people like murder, some people don't, in the way that some people like cake and some people don't, right? Emotivism is more on this subjective side, but emotivism is something a little bit different. It suggests that when people make ethical statements, what they're doing is expressing an emotion. When you say that murder is wrong, you are literally expressing an emotional state towards murder. That sounds very similar to subjectivism. In the subjectivist framework, the phrase murder is wrong translates to something like, I don't like murder. A phrase like, I don't like murder is a claim about my psychology. I could be lying. I could say I don't like murder, but actually I do secretly like murder. It could be something that I'm lying about. It could be true. It could be false that I don't like murder. It seems to be a claim about my brain, about my psychology, about my attitude towards murder. Emotivism is not that. It's not the reporting of an emotional state or an attitude. It is literally the expression of that attitude. It's the difference between telling you, I don't like murder, and literally going like, ugh, murder. Or just like pulling a nasty face. Or as AJ Ayer famously had it, going, boo, boo murder, right? The emotivist thinks that that is what's going on when we say murder is wrong, meaning that these ethical claims are literally not the kind of thing that can be true or false. There are some kinds of expressions and statements that have what's called truth value. Truth value means that it can be true or false. So a statement like the sky is red has truth value. It's just that the truth value is false. Whereas some statements like commands, for example, go over there, doesn't have truth value. It's not the kind of thing that can be true or false. A phrase like I don't like murder could be true. A phrase like the objectivist theory that murder is wrong might be true. But for the emotivist, it's literally like going boo murder, which isn't true. It isn't false. It's just an expression. It's the same as me kicking my foot and going, ow. Is that true? Is it false? Am I lying? That kind of doesn't apply here. You're just expressing something. That's what the emotivist believes anyway. That's the broad position of emotivism. It belongs in this category of non-cognitivism about ethics, which means that these statements don't have truth value. There are cognitivists who think that ethical statements have truth value and non-cognitivists who think that they don't. And
Hold on, chat says it's crazy how much philosophy and psychology overlaps. We have the same exact discussion about human development and how usually we age. We recognize murderism as black and white, bad or good. Well, remember when people were accusing me of trying to do therapy or psychology on my channel? And I was like, this isn't a psychology channel. It's a philosophy channel. The thing is, philosophy and psychology, they're like twins, cousins, really. They overlap. There's a reason why Vervaeke and Peterson so naturally feel like they're doing similar things, even though they're not. But that's the dilemma, is like everything philosophy is everything why. So obviously your biological experience, your mental health, everything is encompassed in that philosophical wonder. So of course it's going to look like I'm doing therapy if I'm talking about the meaning of why, because therapy is a direct relationship to the why of your brain, the why of your upbringing. So that's why it's frustrating to me sometimes when the debate bros would be like, Brittany's trying to be a therapy channel. Again, I don't know how you don't understand the overlap between those things, but yeah, that's, it's just, To me, it's so obviously connected to everything. That's why I can understand like a Dr. K talking about no FAP, because no FAP is a psychological, philosophical tool that people have tried to understand. Is this good for me? Does it work? Is it placebo, or is there something behind it? Because it's not like, I can see why people might come to the consensus the best thing to do is abstain. Like, I can see why that might be good for you. We abstain with a lot of things. We do cleanses, we do water fasts, we do abstaining from sugars, we do all kinds of abstaining practices. Why shouldn't I abstain from fapping? Yeah, like I can see why your brain went to this as a solution. And doing it for a month out of the year might be fun. Doing it for 6 months, 12 years, 20 years, maybe not so much, you know, but I can see why people, you know, that's why I think it's interesting. Like, oh, what does your bubble think of when it thinks of harmony? What does your bubble think of when it thinks of good or bad? Like, and this goes back to that comment at the beginning who, you know, doesn't like the way that I use good and bad. You know, we're all just human. Yeah, but we're all just human is as reductive as the statement is when we're talking about good or bad. It is just as reductive to say we're all human as it is to say humans are good or bad. It just depends on the context of the conversation. In some aspect, in some conversation, it is more profound to remind us that we're all just human. And in some situation, it is profound and important to say bad, good, because it reflects discernment. And so again, the context of the conversation is everything.
Activism is a form of
Which is why I say to you, the difference between rape and consensual sex is the consent. Because people think rape is just sex. And I'm saying, no, rape can encompass sex, but the lack of consent is the rape part. So that's why people get confused about what is rape if it doesn't come with bruises and a death threat. That's why it's confusing to people, because they don't understand the idea of sex that's unwanted, especially in the mind of a person who thinks sex is always wanted, or somebody who's not getting sex. They might even think, well, maybe I'd rather be raped than be a virgin. Maybe it's worth it to be taken advantage of just so I can have sex, right? Like, you have to understand, look at this clip. This is one of Trump that's resurfaced. Very, very normal and very common in patriarchal society to have this belief.
These teachers having sex. Have you heard about all these teachers having sex with their students? Is this not crazy? What is going on?
Well, I don't think the male students have been hurt by it. In fact, they're going around bragging about it, as I understand it. So, you know, I don't see a lot of damage done.
Fair enough.
But it's a very unusual situation. I would say her husband cannot be happy.
Oh, you are bad. Have you heard about all these?
Boo. This sentiment is very popular with people. It is very popular with people to believe that male students, this is patriarchy, are happy to be taken advantage of by their teachers, and then they can brag to their homeboys about it. Yeah. Yeah. Just as that woman's response, though, I mean, that's patriarchy. The patriarchy trains women to laugh when men say things because, like, oh, like, again, like, that's why I say we have to deconstruct too, to say not funny. I know you're telling me to laugh right now. I'm not going to laugh. You have to be an unlikable woman. That's the problem. It's very hard to be an unlikable woman under patriarchy. You know, Discord says rape is not sex. Sex is happening during rape, though, right? Sex is just intercourse. I'm being very sterile. For the record, I don't think of sex as something consensual. I think of it as an action, a biological action. Like, animals have sex, often in rape form, right? Like, or not. Like, it's just a mechanism of penetration or sexual interaction. That's what I mean by sex. I don't separate the two in my brain because you can have sex that isn't. Hold on, let me think about it. Yeah, like, sex doesn't always mean lovemaking, Discord says, which is also true. I don't think sex always means lovemaking either. Sex can just be, like, you can have, that's why you can have intimate sex, casual sex, or, like, rape. Yeah. Yeah, Discord says, I see your point. The language they use in the context is too sanitizing. Yeah. Yeah, I think, I got to think about it, though, because I wonder if that it's important to say. It's hard for me because yeah, I'll think about that more, though. I'll think about that more. Because Because like, what is sex is one of those most popular questions we ask, right? Is fingering sex? Is oral sex? I mean, Bill Clinton said, I did not have sexual relationships with that woman because technically he just got a blowjob. But even that blowjob was, in my mind, unconsensual because of the position of power. You know? Yeah, okay. Well, I'll think about it.
Cognitivism. So, for example, another non-cognitivist school is prescriptivism, which thinks that ethical statements are essentially commands. When I say murder...
Ooh, think about this. This always happens to me on stream, where I will share my own viewpoint of the world and people will hear it as a prescription.
Prescriptivism, which thinks that ethical statements are essentially commands. When I say murder is wrong, what I mean is something like, don't murder. That's like the kind of statement that I'm saying. So it's not exactly expressing an emotion, it's giving a command, but it's also non-cognitivist because it doesn't have truth value. You're just sort of saying something that isn't true or false.
Okay, I do that on stream. I'll be like, bigotry is wrong, or homophobia is wrong. And they'll say, are you making a prescription that people shouldn't be homophobic? And I'll say, no, I think it's wrong. And I would encourage you to deconstruct your bigotry because I think if you did, you wouldn't be homophobic. I'm not telling you to do it. It feels silly to me to have to tell an adult, don't be racist, as a prescription. Adults shouldn't be racist. Man, if you haven't figured that out by the time you reach adulthood, I highly doubt making a prescription will all of a sudden change your mind. So instead, I don't make prescriptions because I do think that it wouldn't make a difference, and it shouldn't make a difference. I don't think people ought. I think people ought, okay, consider how you got there, and you still ended up this way. But I can understand why people think it's a prescription.
Reasoning can be connected to ethical statements on an emotivist framework. There is this idea that if we're emotivists, then suddenly the possibility for all disagreement on moral issues vanishes, because how can you have a debate if there's no truth value? And that's true to a degree, and I understand the criticism. It's not so much a criticism as an observation. It might just be true that we can't do that. But a lot of people aren't satisfied with that. But it's way more restricted than people realize. A.J. Ayer pointed out in Language, Truth and Logic, he sort of is the founder of this emotivist school. He points out that the vast majority of moral debate is not moral debate at all. It's debate about descriptive facts that we then apply our sort of moral intuitions to. So, for example, if you imagine a debate about guns in America, and people are having a back and forth, and one person says, well, did you know that if we criminalize guns, it would reduce the number of gun-related deaths by 10,000 a year? And another person says, yeah, but did you know that you haven't taken into account this statistic that if you get rid of good people with guns, then less people will be saved? And then someone says, but did you know that swimming pools kill more children than guns do? This is the kind of debate that we're having back and forth. But none of those claims are moral claims. Right? They're just descriptive, factual claims. There's statistics. You can go and test them.
That's why the debate bubbles drove me crazy. I was like, hey, are we going to have a serious conversation? Or are we just going to say things back and forth? Let's see, Chess has previous topic, but something that gives me a slight ick of frustration the way Brit or this community discusses spousal relationships is that feels objectifying, as if love is something about the things you get. I'm not sure how you could ever think that's what we've ever said here, but I'll reply to you in good faith and say, when I say you have to love the consciousness for who they are, what do you think I'm saying? Right? It's not about what you get. I literally just said you don't even, like, I don't even know how you got to that conclusion. Do you want to expand on it so we can have a conversation? I don't get it. I can't even think of what I've said to make you think I said that. We literally talk about how your spouse doesn't even have to have a job, how they can be disabled, how you could be existing in a completely different life. We talk about gender deconstruct. Like, I can't even tell what we said that would make you think that. Values are, yeah, I don't even know what that could be about. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, what are we... Yeah, Chess says, I feel like we've been discussing the opposite. No? Yeah, I feel like we're literally on the opposite part of that. Yeah, we talk about qualities rather than physical. Exactly. Like, we're not even talking about money. We're not even talking about physical. We're not even talking about sex. Like, we're not even talking about good marriages need X amount of sex. We're saying have as much sex as you want or have as much money as you want, like total custom relationship. So let us know, because I'm not even sure what that means.
True or false, right? Like, a lot of what we think is moral debate is actually just debate about descriptive facts. which once those are settled, we then apply our moral intuitions to. So for example, in the gun debate, one person has one moral view and another person has another moral view, and they're battling it out. But actually, they might have the same moral.
Wait, by the way, that's how my parents talk. Like, my family is the original debate bubble family for sure. We're like, they'll be like, I'll be like, we have to do something about the predators in our family. You're an atheist. What do you even know about morals? What? We should protect children. You don't even care about kids. You're gay. What? And they're like, you know, there's no, oh, I agree. Let's protect kids. How do we do that? It's, even though they're Catholic, and I could start with, hey, you belong to a Catholic church that protects predators. I don't even start with that. I just start with, like, we should protect kids. And they go, you're gay. And I'm like, you're Catholic. Like, what are we talking about here? Let's focus.
View, so to speak. For the emotivist, it's some kind of emotional expression. And so what might be the emotional expression? Well, suppose one person says, if we allow guns in society, innocent people are going to die. And another person says, but, like, if we don't allow guns in society, then only the bad guys are going to have guns, and they're going to kill innocent people, and there's going to be no one to protect them, so innocent people will die. Both of them agree. Innocent people dying. Boo. And what they're debating is a descriptive, like, truth of the matter as to whether, literally speaking, more guns, more deaths, less deaths. Right? And so the idea that instantly comes to mind that we can't have any kind of reasonable discussion about moral issues, like, it's true, but I just want to point out that it's way more restricted. It's not like you can't have this kind of gun discussion. You can't have a discussion about, I don't know, about abortion and healthcare, and you can't talk about, I don't know, pick another pet moral issue, speed limits, you know? Like, how can we have a moral discussion about speed limits? Well, we can talk about how many people will die, the statistics about increasing by 10 miles an hour and all this kind of, that's all just facts. And then we'll apply our moral intuitions. And I think that when we actually break down and isolate the moral element alone, we'll find that there is actually a lot more agreement than there is disagreement. That doesn't do away with the problem. The challenge is what if there really is disagreement on the moral stuff? What if two people genuinely just have conflicting boos and yays? And in that case, there are sort of two strategies. You either say, well, if you really broke those down further, you'd realize that everybody ultimately has the same emotional, like, expression on fundamental ethical issues. Because we're all human, we all have a shared evolutionary heritage that will have placed within us certain emotional predispositions that ultimately will be the same if we just break them down far enough. The other strategy is to say, no, people do just have fundamental value conflicts, and that's just true. And that's just the way it is, and there's nothing we can do about it. Whichever of those you find plausible is up to you, but obviously the former is a bit more of an optimistic idea. I think people will be more attracted to that because it allows us to sort of say, well, everybody agrees that boo, innocent people dying, and so, you know, we can just act in accordance with that. But it seems more likely the case that that's not true. I mean, on that point, it's quite clear that there are people who do not have an adverse emotional reaction to innocent people dying, and so that can't be the most foundational ethical principle that we all agree on. But it might go deeper than that. You know, it might be, that's not foundational. Innocent people dying cannot be a foundational ethical expression because it contains too many concepts. The concept of innocent, the concept of death, you know, the reason why you might think, the reason why you might have that emotional reaction to innocent people dying, it can be broken down much, much further. If somebody thinks that their fundamental ethical principle is innocent people dying, boo, I can think of 10 situations off the top of my head in which you would be perfectly fine with an innocent person dying. It can't be that. It must go deeper than that. And it might genuinely be that if you actually go deep enough into people's moral emotions, they will ultimately, at root, be identical across the human species. And that.
Can I just say, this is why people try to pink wash Palestine? Because what they're trying to say is, oh, but why would you want to defend or protect people that are homophobic? As if every Palestinian is homophobic, first of all. And they're trying to say to you, they're not innocent. And I'm trying to say, what does innocent have to do with anything? I don't care if they're innocent. No genocide, you know? Or people will say, oh, like, what do we care if MAGA people get picked up from ICE? They're not innocent. Innocence is never a requirement of mine to do the right thing. I do the right thing whether you're innocent or not. Whether you're naive or pure or whatever word you want to use, right? Like, it doesn't matter. We do the right thing no matter what. You know?
The higher level.
Now the question is, what is the right thing, of course?
Someone has an emotional reaction to something. That emotional reaction, you can't say it's wrong because there's no truth value, but you could say that it betrays a mistake that somebody has made. This is really interesting. Like, suppose Suppose you were really upset because it was raining on your wedding day. But it turned out it wasn't actually raining. You'd been accidentally watching a tape recording of the news forecast, right? And you believed it was raining and you're really upset about it. And I come over to you and I say, hey, you know it's not actually raining, right? And suddenly you're happy again. Those emotional states, the sadness at the rain and the happiness that it's not raining, they're just emotional states, right? They're not true, they're not false. They're literally just expressions of emotion. But I can still come in and give you information that will change your emotional state and literally convince you to sort of feel the opposite way, just based on the information that I've just given you. So in the same way, it might be that people have, so to speak, mistakes.
Okay, hold on. You remember that Alex Hormozy TikTok I use all the time because I think it's crazy, where he says he's onto something intuitionally, but he's so fucking stupid. I hate people. Listen, he says, if 200 years ago, teenagers were getting married, girls were getting married off for the family, and they weren't traumatized, then it begs the question if the way we perceive things could change our trauma. This was the conversation. This is my collab with Dr. Kirkanda I did about rape, because Destiny kept saying, like, maybe there's a way rape won't be traumatizing to people. And I kept saying, stop saying this. You're fucking, like, you're triggering everybody. Stop fucking saying this. Because what you're implying is that if you are traumatized because you were raped, it's your fault. Okay? And Dr. Kirkanda came on my channel and said, not everybody is literally traumatized from rape technically, but rape is traumatizing. And I said, yeah. And Destiny goes, see, Dr. Kirkanda agrees with me. And I was like, no, he doesn't agree with you, because your sentiment, what his fans did to me was come on my channel and say, it's your fault you're traumatized from your rape. And Destiny is trying to save people from being traumatized by rape, even though, you know, and I'm saying no. So yes, we can agree that some people won't be traumatized by the same situation. They could be traumatized from something else, but rape is traumatizing. Those two things can be true. Rape can be traumatizing, and some people who are literally traumatized by something else might not be directly traumatized by the rape itself. Okay? And it's like, no. Like, and so when you say these messages and people hear it, okay, it's like the same way conservatives go, trans people are committing suicide at high rates. It must be because they're trans. We should save them from being trans. No. You know what I mean? No. And so, like, that's the problem that's happening, is there's this why factor and then this jump to conclusion because of the data. Yes, your perception with a relationship, your relationship with perception can change how you're impacted by something, but that doesn't change the fact that at that moment, you only have so much power over how you're processing information, right? So if I look at a video on my wedding day and I think it's raining and I'm down in the dumps, that's because I have data that I'm processing as true. And my attitude could change with new data, which is why we must always keep looking for new data. But that doesn't mean I was wrong for being sad, thinking it was raining on my wedding day. But the implication from like a Destiny bubble is saying, oh, you were wrong for thinking that because it wasn't even true. But it was true based off of the data. And I'm saying I understand why people are religious, because in that moment in time, they feel like it is true. Okay? And I'm saying truth is multi-layered. Truth is perception. Truth is data. Truth is all of these things. And depending on which truth you are depending on, faith is a form of truth. That faith you feel is a form of true. When Sneako talked to Dr. K, Dr. K said, do you believe in God? And Sneako goes, yeah, God talks to me. And he goes, oh, what do you mean by that? Do you mean like you hear auditory sounds? Or do you mean that you're thinking you feel inspired by the word of God? And Sneako goes, oh, and Dr. K's like, I'm just trying to make sure I understand your perspective. And Sneako goes, oh, I guess, yeah, I feel inspired by like the word of God, I guess. I feel like I have a relationship with God. And Dr. K goes, okay, yeah. And that's most people. Most religious people do not have auditory hallucinations or something. They just they think and they feel like they have a relationship. In the same way you're parasocial. Look, religion is parasociality. You know how you feel connected to an artist and you just feel like you know them and you could write fan fiction about them and you know their feelings? That's what religious people are going through. They have a parasocial relationship with God. That's all it is. And it can either be a sort of like, I'm going to use the word very loosely, healthy relationship with God, or a very toxic relationship with God. But that's all it is. It's just a parasocial relationship, okay, with God. And I'm not a big fan of that particular relationship, but you can do you. Okay. Now, hold on. Chat says, thanks. When I say things, I don't mean like red pill or physical stuff. Even when we talk about values, they can change. Therefore, who you are is even deeper than that. Sorry for slow reply. When my community talks about values, we are separating casual values into life-threatening values. Like, values are the foundation in which we build our morals and ethics, right? So values are the foundation, okay, on which we build our morals. So our personal right or wrong, and how we do ethics, society's right or wrong, which are different, okay? What society should do is different than what our morals are, but it comes from the foundation of our values. So when we would talk about cohabitation, it would be, the reason I think the world is so fucked is because we are not understanding the fundamental difference between values, morals, and ethics. And we are not understanding how important it is to understand that things can change. Most of us, our values get stronger in a sense of justice or worse in a sense of justice. So like if you're dating somebody, okay, you want to make sure you're on the same page in this regard because it's life or death, Habibis. It's your children getting raped or not raped. It's you coming home to your husband, taking every penny you ever owned and splurging it on an OnlyFans model, okay? It's your, it's like, it's life or death, girlies, okay? So you're a person and you're in a relationship with a person. And actually, let me draw it this way. Hold on. Whoop. Okay, you're a person, and this is a person, and you guys are on a path together. Okay, you are walking like this. It is, okay, it's the same path, but it's parallel. And along that journey, let's say you're going this way straight, but your partner goes like this. Oh, where were they through all of that? You know what I'm saying? They're not walking with you. You need somebody who's going to walk with you. And maybe they deviate for a second and they come back. Okay, maybe they deviate a lot and they come back. But you need to be walking parallel with your partner in the same path. But you're two different people. So you're going to have variations in your path. But yet, as long as your values and morals take you in a direction, you move in that direction. Okay? So let me see. Let me make sure I'm hearing you. You said, let me go back. You said thanks. When I say things, I don't mean like red pill physical stuff. Okay. When we talk about values, they can change. Therefore, who we are is even deeper than that. Who you are is deeper than your values. But when it comes to companionship, it doesn't matter alone. It matters in conjunction with your values. So, okay, we've got two people. Hold on. Hold on. Great question. Great comment. Okay. We've got two people. Okay. They're separate. See how they're separate? They're not the same. They're very different, but they have a relationship too. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Yes. They have a relationship too. Okay. I'm going to change colors. This person has a value. Okay, this person has a different value. Along the years, they realize they have shared values. Okay, so now they both have red values. But this person has a blue value and this person has a purple value. Does the deviation between the purple and the blue cancel out the relationship, or does it add to the relationship? Okay, is it a plus to the relationship? Along the years, you also pick up a yellow value and they also pick up a yellow value. Okay, we add pink to the mix and pink to the mix. So now the only variation in value is between this purple and this blue, okay, this purple and blue. And the question is what do those colors represent? Okay, if you are the same in regards to all these values, which helps carry you into the relationship, but the variation is between the purple and the blue stands for abortion, okay? And this stands for transphobia. So now the value is different. Bodily agency and sense of internal compass. Like this is, I know who I am internally. This is what I'm legally afforded, right? let's say this partner goes, I don't believe people can be different genders. Okay, that's that variation that they don't hold that belief. They don't hold the belief of transphobia, but they hold the belief that abortion is killing a baby, and so you should be pro-life. This is a variation in value that might not be able to be, that might not work, but might actually work pretty well together. Yeah, I'm pro-life, so I think abortion is bad, and you're transphobic. This tends to overlap with conservative values. We might actually be a match here after all, even though, honestly, I don't think being trans is that big of a deal. And this person says, I don't really think abortion is that big of a deal. But you know what? We can find some compromise here. How about, even though I don't agree with you that trans people are having a negative experience, I can agree that it's kind of weird. And this person can say, I don't agree that abortion is killing a baby, but I can agree it's terminating a life. Let's find common ground. And they might be able to. For somebody who's more progressive, okay, this is a deal breaker. No transphobia, no anti-abortion rhetoric. Okay, no pro-life, no transphobia. Okay. The point is that these people have different values but can find compromise. This person cannot find compromise with these values. Okay, so let's say that progressive person is also carrying a matching value similar to the conservative. Like it's very fucking similar. Okay, and that part is enough for them to be like, no compromise. So basically what you're trying to say in my comment section, which you're not understanding, is that a value compromise is a medical compromise, is a longevity compromise, is what we do with our kids compromise. Yes, people change over time, but if you're moving in a more progressive direction, you're moving not only towards more liberation, but more informed consent. So when you say people change their values in a direction, they either go stagnant, more conservative, or more liberal. But the change happens in a direction. My marriage, I will divorce my partner if we do not continue to move in a progressive direction. There's compromises, not with values, of course, but if our values deviate so significantly that in 5 to 10 years, one of us, I don't know why, becomes so significantly stagnant, they become bigoted, like bigotry is their value, we get divorced. And then we cease being high compatibility partners. The only reason high compatibility partnership amplifies the success rate of long-term good marriage is because we would assume the values would stay consistent. Some part of it. My brother, who's high compatibility with his wife, if either deconstructs from conservatism, yeah, there's a probability of divorce. Though secretly, what I really think might happen, not that they would ever deconstruct from Catholicism, but I do think if one of them went on that journey, they'd be like Rhett and Link. I do. Rhett and Link, they started to deconstruct from Christianity and their wives followed. First it was Rhett, and then his wife wasn't even deconstructing yet. Link, his wife, they were all in a different timeline. The fact that their marriage is sustained through deconstruction tells me high compatibility partners. That's amazing. Wow. Because you know what you're doing when you're high compatibility? You're saying, I trust this person the way I trust myself. And I would never deconstruct without a goddamn good reason. I would never go plant-based without a goddamn good reason. You need to believe that I would never do this casually. That this is a serious fucking thing. Okay? And that's what I think is so significantly different about high compatibility versus anything else. It's like, hey, this isn't like, I trust this person so much that I would trust myself to go on this journey. Like if I was deconstructing from religion, or I'm now deconstructing from animal consumption and animal products and, you know, animal shampoos and all that stuff, cruelty free, I'm deconstructing my consumption of animal flesh. It's my solo journey. But if I had a partner who was like, fuck vegans, I'm anti-vegan, you're so stupid, you're wrong, this would be a value deviation. But I know I married somebody who's progressive, so I married somebody who, of course, is like, yeah, you're right, dude. Yeah, like, you're probably right. The diet's the best. The ethical stance is obviously right. Like, ultimately, my partner isn't plant-based, but They're on their own journey towards that direction. If they get there, great. If they don't, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal, but it might. We openly talk about it. What if in 10 years, I'm so fucking vegan that our values have officially deviated so significantly we can't be together? It's possible, because veganism isn't a diet, right? It's a philosophical, ethical stance. And at that point, our values will deviate. But I'm not vegan, so I don't know yet, because I'm not vegan. I don't have that embodied aggressive belief that every animal is as entitled to their life as like human beings. I don't have that yet. What if I never get there? But what if one day I get there and seeing my partner consume even fish is going to feel like watching my partner eat a person, which I would never stand for, right? I don't know. So again, I don't know, but as the human being I am right now, I'm heading in a harm reduction direction where I've always been. I've always been heading harm reduction. So it's not that much different. Does that make sense? That was a long monologue, but does that I hope that helps that commenter understand the difference. Right? Chad says, what I'm getting from the chatter is that you can't have any standards at all because we are fluid, but we want to suffer wisely. So we should be looking for high compatibility partners. Yeah. Like, I think the people really don't understand the idea of it. I remember I talked to this guy once who was like, you're keeping your partner in a cage. And I said, what? And they go, I believe in freedom. And I said, what does that mean? And they said, like, I don't care if my partner does whatever they want. They can break up with me every day, go be with other people, come back to me. They're totally free. And I said, yeah, but every time they break up with you, you cry to your friends on the phone. They're like, well, it's hard. And I was like, right. But then you're not free. Because if you were free, why are you crying on the phone to your friends? And I said, my marriage, you can't do that. You can't be breaking up with me, going off, coming back, breaking up with me. Not because you're in a cage, but because it's called boundaries. It's called expectations. It's called reliability. It's called consistency. It's called character. You know, it's like this is a reflection. Now, if you were poly or open and you were truly in an open relationship where it didn't matter, then the consequence would be joy, not suffering, not unwise suffering, right? Now, and this person had read The Ethical Slut. They were like, I want a custom relationship. Yeah, but your custom relationship doesn't allow you a say because you don't want to break up with this person. If you don't want to break up with them, but they keep breaking up with you and you stay, that's not you consenting to a custom relationship. You're in a toxic, abusive cycle. One where you might also be not even the victim in the situation, but you allow yourself to be so you can feel like you're a good person instead of understanding you're dealing with somebody who's trying to tell you, please let me live my life. Stop calling me back, in a sense. Like, you know, this person was in a kind of dynamic where, ironically enough, they were sort of trapping this younger person in a dynamic where they kept saying, I don't want this. I don't want to date someone this old. I don't want to be in this dynamic. I want something else. But because everything they ran to wouldn't work and they kept coming back to this person felt like, I must be a good person. You need to cut this young person out of your life and let them go live their life. They can't be running back to you for stability. That's the toxic cycle. And then it's like every old man thinks it's like the Epstein of it all. Like, you think you're this old man who's stable with a job and you're so consistent, but all you're doing is keeping old people or younger people on a hook that says, go be young and free. But when you're in a bad situation, come back to me. And then when, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a toxic dynamic. This is why I'm not a fan of age gap relationships that are like 20 something years old. Because like, you're keeping the young person trapped in a cycle of not actually like growing the fuck up. And then you're not what they even want. They don't want to be with you, grandpa, you know? So it's like, what are you doing? You have to let people go. If you love it, let it go, you know? So of course, you know, when we have these conversations, context is important, but what's even more important is that your custom relationship can have abuse and you call it, you know, you call it liberation. Abuse and toxicity is not liberation. That's why poly couples, and I said this on my last podcast, if you're polyamorous, you also shouldn't be settling. You should be looking for high compatibility partners. Yes, the Lana of it all. That's what it is. It's the Lana of it all. Yes, chat. I am free, you know? I'm crazy. It's the Lana of it all, you know? Anyways, let's see. Chet says, thank you so much. I know that on that ground, there is, of course, practical considerations, but I'm speaking more on what love is or should be conceptually, and I don't really feel it's a market. Oh. You can love someone and not be with them. You can unconditionally love somebody and not have a life with them, right? Thank you again. I watch these streams and enjoy the conversation, so yeah, I'm around. So, okay, but we agree, like, I unconditionally love people that I don't trust or build a life with, right? But they're not my romantic partners. Like, I love my family and friends unconditionally, but that doesn't mean I have to be with them. That goes into that toxic belief as well, that if I'm in love with you, I must be with you. No. Right? Like, no. Like, just because you love someone doesn't mean you have to rely on them or have a life with them. So maybe that's the disconnect. Just because you're high compatibility doesn't mean you also have to pick that person. You can say no to your high compatibility partner. I don't know why you would, but you might. You can be in love with someone you don't pick. Actually, Love is Blind, this comes up a lot in Love is Blind. How can these people be in love with multiple people at the same time? Because you can be. We know that's true. We know you can be in love with multiple people at the same time. That doesn't mean you have to pick them. Just because you're in love doesn't mean you have to pick them. You know, that's the hard part, because in society we are told, oh, well, if you love, that's how you know if you're supposed to be with someone, you love them, which is why I ended up in these toxic relationships, because I kept thinking, oh, but I love these people, so that must mean that's my person. 6/26/2015, I felt distant and angry. I was sure I was going to break up with him. I spent the day with family who was in town, and that evening before bed, blank insisted that we talk about our relationship. He said, sorry about talking during the movies and that he'd get better. And he said that he'd work harder. My walls were up and I didn't care. I felt distant from him, not interested in what he had to say. I went to bed ready to break up. This is the love letter he wrote to me. This is young relationship. This is 2015. This is the love letter he wrote to me. This is how adolescent our love relationship was, right? I need you to understand this was a long time ago, 11 years ago. I'm a very different person now. 11 years ago, girls. He says, I cannot give you money and I cannot give you fame and I cannot give you power. Skip. Instead, I give you my only possession. I can only offer myself. It's a poor exchange, a flawed thing. I do not expect you to accept this vain, arrogant man. I cannot think that you would want. I can only hope. I can only pray. I love you. I want you in my life. And if by some miracle I should be so lucky as if I can be so lucky, I can hope to improve this, my only possession, so you can take pride in that ownership. Yeah, sounds kind of romantic, right? Except it never followed through with anything. He never improved. He never got better. I'm a flawed man. I have nothing to give you. I have nothing for my name. But if you can take, and I ate this shit up, girl. I ate this shit up so hard. I came so hard that night. We had some of the greatest sex of our relationship that night. Girl, come on now. Let's all grow up, please. Okay? I ate that shit like it was his ass, bro. It was so fucking... That's what I'm saying, girl. Grow up. If I get, I'm that meme of Matthew McConaughey screaming, no, no, no. I'm like that. I'm like at the window screaming at my past self, no, no. Girl. Anyways, listen. We were young and we were in love, but we were stupid. And it was so toxic. It was so bad. And I did love this person. But if I only knew at that moment that love wasn't enough, I could have saved myself so many years of pain. So many years of pain and herpes. I also could have saved myself getting herpes. That would have been really fucking great. Honestly, no shade. Herpes clan, herpes stand up. I get it. But, you know, genital herpes, kind of a pain. You know, let me tell you. It would have been really great to avoid all of that. But, you know, love and all that shit. Oh, my God. I can't believe I thought this was the man I was going to spend my life with. Oh. Oh. Anyways, what are you going to do? Anyways, let's back to philosophy.
In their like emotional expressions at a higher level, right? In the same way that you might be sad that it's raining, even though it's not really raining, somebody might have an emotional like reaction to a surface level moral issue. They might be like, oh, I think it's wrong that, you know, that gun law passed. But if you actually just explained the facts to them, they might be like, actually, yeah, fair enough. No, I think it's good that gun law passed. So you're sort of having this, what looks like rational discussion about moral issues, but all you're actually doing is discussing the facts. And it might be the case that if we actually made every human being on Earth consistent internally, emotionally, with all of their foundational emotional motivations, that there would be a lot more unity than disunity. But we don't know because, of course, that experiment has not and probably cannot ever be done. I'm not sure there is a distinction between emotions and attitudes. I think these are essentially synonyms. Simon Blackburn disagrees with me about this. He's an important meta-ethicist. He founded a meta-ethical position which he calls quasi-realism, which is a kind of non-cognitivism.
Okay, just please note that all of these men are coming up with these constructs and frameworks. I come up with the levels and I get accused of running a cult. Like, just FYI, it is because of their situation and where they are. Ayn Rand literally wrote a fictional book and she's known as a philosopher. Like, just a reminder of how people see bubbles. But yeah, that's all we're doing, guys. We're just creating constructs and frameworks to understand our place in the universe. That's my little contribution to the universe. And then I'm going to die and I hope you never remember me. But I hope my spirit lives on. Odin.
About ethics. But he thinks that, for example, you can have an attitude towards something without having an emotional state. Like, or being in an emotional state with relation to that thing. So you might have an attitude that, you know, that thing is bad or that you shouldn't do that or something like that. But it doesn't mean that you're...
By the way, that feeling of disgust, that feeling of emotion, that's how my parents decide. That's what my parents used to say to us. You always know what's right or wrong, Betsy, by how your tummy feels. God wrote it on your heart. You know it's icky by just looking at it. And it's like, no. No. You know, but I get why people think that's true. Because there's a whole group of people that think like, yeah, like how I feel about something, how I think about something. It's just as bad to say what I think about something or what I feel about something. Exclusion, like exclusively, is correct. You are not more well-informed because you think. You're not more well-informed if you just feel. You have to have both. You have to have both, okay? You gotta have both. And also, chat, I do not have a video about living with herpes because honestly, that's just not the vibe of the channel. And doesn't make sense for me to post that. But I'll just say this, girl, go to your doctor, get your pills, you know, be hygienic, be cool about it. Take out things in your diet that cause a lot of like pain, sleep, drink a lot of water. It is what it is. It's like, same thing, cold sores. I get cold sores on my lip, which I got as a kid. And genitally, which I got from a sexual partner. It's the same thing though. It's all the same virus. All works kind of the same way. I mean, there's different variations. Some have more like frequency than others. But, you know, treat your skin with love. Drink a lot of water. You know, talk to your doctor. That's what I did. I just talked to a doctor.
Like emotionally invested. I'm just not sure that that's possible.
And if you're reeling from the emotionality of it, I got it at a time in my life when I had radically accepted I would get an STI. Like I was not like afraid to get one. I just knew it was probable. But if you're at the stage in your life where you're not prepared for it, take a deep breath, meditate on it. I know it can be a big deal. Because I know it can be like very hard to live with the stigma, but that stigma is so ironic since most of the human population has STIs and so many of our STIs came from men fucking animals. So I don't want to hear them say anything.
I think that to have an attitude towards something is kind of literally speaking to have a way that you prefer it to be. And I think that that belongs in the category of emotion. But this is essentially semantics. Like if you want to draw out a distinction, you could probably do it and say that, you know, an attitude towards something is something like your desire.
Oh, Chet says my friend is dealing with it and I'm trying to support her. She basically doesn't ever want to date again. Tell her I feel you, girl, but let me just tell you this. A lot of people have herpes and are married and are perfectly happy. A lot of people are very cool with it, more than you would ever believe, because they understand it. Like, I get it. I used to have a stigma too before I got it. I used to think like, oh, I don't want to be with anybody who has herpes. And then eventually I deconstructed that and realized like, okay, if it's the right person, if it's really your person, you're going to move around all of that stuff. I'm telling you this right now. I understand not wanting an STI for someone casual with peace and love, not worth it. And this is why I got it in the first place. Because I was like, I'm never going to risk STIs with a casual partner. But with the love of my life, like, I don't care. I should have still had precaution. We should have, like, the problem is I trusted that person to be on his meds and to be honest about outbreak, but he wasn't. That's the problem. The problem wasn't that he had herpes. The problem was that he lied. He wasn't trustworthy. My partner and I have been married this whole time. We've been safe about it. You know, nobody has it. It hasn't been transferred to any other partners. But, you know, it might happen, but it will happen after we've been cautious. I'm saying the person that I got it from, I believed they were on medication when they weren't, because they told me they were. I believe they weren't having an outbreak when they were, apparently, because they told me they weren't. Like, if you have a safe partner who informs you of when their outbreak is there, taking their meds, wearing condoms, whatever you need to do, you can have condom sex or not condom sex, you're probably not going to get it. Or you might get it, but it will be like after 10 years. I know people who've been married with people for like 20 years, they've never gotten it. And it's because there's, you know, you have to have honesty and communication about, hey, are you having an outbreak? Hey, are you on your meds? You know what I'm saying? So tell your friend they're good. Their high compatibility partner is not going to care. And they're not going to care because your friend is going to be so informed about their herpes that they're going to elicit also confidence that they care about the safety of their partner and that they're going to do everything in their power not to spread it around. Because, you know, you can also spread it around your own body. I know a woman who had it on her lip and she touched her lip and then touched her eye and she got it in her eye and went blind. I met her. She was interesting. She was a family member of a person I was nannying for. So just FYI, it can sound scary, but people live with it every day and do just fine.
For the way that you want it to be, whereas your emotional state is the reaction you have to it not being the way you want it to be. Yeah, you could draw out some distinction like that, but I think that in practice, we're kind of talking about the same thing. One thing that's important to point out is a mistake that people make. Emotivists don't think that wrongness or badness or something like that like maps on to a pre-existing emotion like disgust or like anger or upset. It just belongs in that category, but it's its own unique emotion. In the same way that anger is a little bit like sadness, but they're not the same thing. They just belong in the same category. They're just two unique kinds of emotions. Wrong is its own kind of emotion. It's unique, but it's still an emotion, you know? It just belongs in that category. So, well, why might we think that? Well, how do people talk about ethics? Okay, we talk about things being wrong, but when someone does something absolutely awful, like really, really bad, what do we say?
Like, what do we think about the fact that streamers are, I'm really struggling with this. I keep seeing leftist or progressive streamers like streaming and driving. Why are we doing this? Like, they're reading chat. Like, literally people like people I keep thinking are progressive who make progressive content. I'm like, is it not a progressive value to not put people at danger unnecessarily on the road? I understand. I literally, I've been there. I've done a lot of things in my life as a content creator. Well, I've never streamed and driven as far as I can remember, but I've definitely like texted and driven. I've definitely like driven, you know, when I'm really tired. I've driven even short distances, like after a night of partying, should have done that. Like, I've definitely driven like in neighborhoods. Like, I've driven, you know, I've done a lot of things in my life. So I'm not coming from a high horse. I'm saying as we get older, are we not getting better? Is there not going to be a new standard of saying like, don't do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand why we were all like against, you know, when is the expectation for the default to be apps? I do not want to see you streaming and driving. I do not want to see you reading chat and driving. I do not want to see you on your phone driving. I don't even want to see a single video. I want it to be so taboo that it's like you said a slur. Okay? Like, I kind of want it to be so like societally like taboo. I don't even want to see it. Okay? Now, I will allow caveats for specific areas in which you are not endangering the public. Certain areas where you're in a closed neighborhood or on your own property, I will give exceptions with, you know, you not being a threat to other people. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm just like wondering, like, when are we gonna move past that?
Disgusting. You know, you say that
You're disgusting.
that's just disgusting. That's despicable. And the sort of emotional reaction just comes up on your face. Now, some people will say that emotional reaction is your reaction to the wrongness. Right? There is this objective wrongness, and you're having this reaction of disgust to the wrongness. I'm more inclined to say that the wrongness in its totality is the feeling of disgust. A great example for emotivism is the incest taboo. It's the most universal taboo that exists in human societies, everywhere we look.
Hold on, chat says, I think there's a safe way to stream and drive, like if you have a passenger controlling the stream and chat, but you should never be handling your phone. Okay. This is a challenge to the, I always wonder this, what happens, like when we're having a conversation, you agree with me, but your statement implies that you don't agree with me. Because obviously my statement is a singular situation where there's one person in the car. Because otherwise we would take into account a passenger, in which it wouldn't even matter what are we talking about, right? The whole statement I am making, and this is why I think philosophy is so interesting and talking about morals and ethics is so interesting, because while I am talking, you should be like, I agree. And there should be no, I think actually, because what you're doing is you're implying that you disagree. But I never said anything about a passenger being available. So how do we, this is why I say, okay, now I'm going to explain to you my level 4 realization. When I was going through my levels journey, when I hit level 4, it was this realization that no matter what we do or how we talk or how we exist, we will never be able to understand each other or communicate clearly enough. And we're always on a separate journey and no one's on the same journey. And every goal I had of ever bringing humanity together was naive. Like any goal of bringing 8 billion people in a community consciousness, like movement was like so naive of me. Like Luigi shooting that the CEO guy, the health guy, right? People were like, class consciousness, class consciousness. It's a dream. It's a naive, silly dream. But it's a good goal. But it doesn't make sense because human beings can't. You have new babies every day. New babies every day with different ideas and different goals and different ideas. How can you have a world that moves in the same way when we don't even move the same way? So it's a good goal. It's so reasonable. But it doesn't make any sense for what humans are as a species. So my realization, my heartbreak over everything I thought that was important in my life, all of the activism I was doing, everything I was doing, I was like, oh, it's the attachment. I was attached to the outcome. And I was like, got it. And when I realized it was pulled from me, like I don't get to decide the outcome. It was like, okay, it really is, the journey, not the, whatever. It really is the process of being is the point. The process of being. Yeah. And that is good. That's really good. That's really important. And that's enough. And that's really amazing to be a part of a process. So we are part of a living process. And there's something really, really great about that. If you can deconstruct from the attachment of outcome, Chad says, I never implied disagreement, but was clarifying that added context may help with other people realize you were probably not blanket stating that all forms of communication while driving is bad. For sure. You said I only thought of it because I was listening to your stream with someone else and they thought you were stating. I hear you. I know what your intention was internally, but when you state it on stream that way, without the caveat, the implication of the communication is a disagreement. And I'm saying you're not bad. I'm saying you're human and I'm human. And I now am no more at fault for assuming you're disagreeing with me than you are at fault for making the statement. But this is what causes the communication problem. or the lack of being able to solve problems. So when that person at the beginning of stream I talked about who said, Brittany, I've been watching your streams and I really like you, but I hate that you say people are good or bad. When obviously that's not even what we're saying. Or like, I don't feel like that's ever what I'm really saying. But then I feel like I'm over communicating and I'm constantly communicating, but people hear, oh, I disagree with you in this. How could you disagree with me? I agree with you. Half the time when people say, Brittany, I disagree with you, and they say, why? I'm like, but I agree with you. How can you disagree with me if I agree with you? And I'm saying that's the problem with not understanding or having an idea of, or saying, or not even adding the caveat of saying, hey, Britt, just to clarify, and to add to that. So what I'm saying is like, no one's at fault, but the world is the way it is because of exactly this thing. And that should make you feel good that, oh my God, okay, because like I can't be perfect anyways. It's like the whole thing of when I criticize Hassan, people think I hate him. As if you can't criticize Hassan unless you hate him. And because Hassan and the whole world around Hassan is so used to YouTubers, smaller creators talking about him for clicks, they think that's what I'm doing. Versus actually using Hassan to have a larger conversation. Instead of saying, oh, that's not what Brittany's doing. Or yesterday in chat, I had Cat Black in the thumbnail and someone who doesn't know my content came and said, I don't want to hear any slander about Cat. And then someone's like, Brittany doesn't do gossip channel. She's using it for philosophy. Instead of that person saying, oh, I'm the reason, because why am I assuming? Or hold on, do I have enough data here to come to a conclusion? And look, I love that people were like, oh, shoot, I saw the thumbnail and I was worried, but we're good. That's a normal reaction, right? That's a really normal reaction. You know, Chet says, upon reflection for me personally, I think it's because there's a cognitive dissonance happening with my beliefs. Oh, wait, hold on. You said, I tend to communicate in the way you are calling out too. In the moment, it's hard to identify why I'm responding as I am. It feels as if I just want to share my perspective in the moment. For sure. I feel that too. I absolutely feel that too. Like when people are talking, I do that to my partner. My partner will be saying something and I'm like, actually, and they're like, no, I already took that into consideration. I'm like, okay, just checking. Because we're also doing that. We're checking. You know, it's like or like my partner was told to say something. And I'm like, or I'll be like, no, I already took that into consideration. So it's also trusting that the person has, which is important, right? Yeah. So it's human, you know? You said I don't share that perspective, but I think it's very interesting the way I communicated that thought made you think I was disagreeing. Just goes to show how complicated communicating is. For sure. I think that's why English language is so interesting. Because if I say something and you go, I actually think this is a better way, or actually I think this, but I wasn't talking about this. Because the reason it sounds like you're disagreeing with me is because I wasn't talking about what you were talking about. Nothing about what I was talking about had anything to do with what you said. But it sounds like it is the same, but it's not even related. I mean, it's related like this. But does that make sense? To my brain, what you said has nothing to do with what I said. But I get why it sounds like it's the same. I get it. But that's, you know, why communication is so interesting. You know, actually, this is what it was like growing up conservative too, because I'd be like, what does that have to do with anything? Like my parents would be like, well, because of this. I'm like, but what does that have to do with anything? Like, why are you talking about this when I'm talking about this? And it's because they're like, but what about this? And I'm like, okay, I get it though. It's absolutely fine. You know? Yeah, Chad said it's like bringing up a fun fact randomly. Yeah, that's what it is. It's like whales are blue. It's like, okay. But it's great. I love it. It's beautiful.
There is a prohibition against any kind of marital or sexual relation with your immediate family. Some tribes, I think we found, have some interesting variants whereby like you can marry your older sister but not your younger sister, you know, stuff like that. But across the board, there is some kind of incest taboo. It's quite easy to explain evolutionarily why this is the case. Like clearly there are all kinds of problems with inbreeding that will be evolutionarily deselected for, right? But evolutionary explanations aren't a justification, right? Like I can also evolutionarily explain why people tend to be a bit racist. I can explain that in terms of your evolutionary biology, but that wouldn't be a justification for racism. That would just be an explanation for it, right?
Exactly.
So I can explain why there is this incest taboo, but most people want to say that incest is wrong. Why? It's a famously difficult thing.
Yeah, like this is why I always wanted to be in debate bubbles, but they're so fucking stupid. It is I said this on my last podcast about dating. It's do not take for granted that you are on the right side of history. Why do you think racism is bad? Why do you think incest is bad? It's not, it's actually important that you understand why you think it's bad. Because you have to understand that I grew up in a religious family that would say gay marriage is bad. It will lead to incest. Most of my family is first cousins married. My grandma was 10 when she was married. Being gay married will lead to child marriages. My grandma was married at 10. Do you understand why it's important that you know why you believe this? My family doesn't know why they believe these things. They say they understand why. Their why is God. That's not a real reason. That's not actually why you believe this is wrong. You have to actually get deep into your belief. Why do I think incest is wrong? Why do I think child marriage is wrong? Because you say it's wrong in this hand, but you do it in this. Do not take for granted that you go, of course racism is bad. Why? Why is racism bad? You have to know why.
Thing for any, at least secular ethicist to do, especially if you're some kind of utilitarian who thinks that the only thing that matters is the minimization of suffering.
Ugh.
Oh, well, you know.
That's the Peter Singers, utilitarians. I don't like
because
them.
you can have disabled children. Few questions jump out of that for me. Firstly, what's wrong with having disabled children?
Yeah.
Secondly, obviously you can control for these factors. Okay, so you make sure that it's, you know, 2 women, or it's 2 men who've been sterilized or something like that, or a man and a woman who've been sterilized, or 2 men, you know. Okay, well then it's about the power imbalances in a family. Okay, we'll just control for that. Like it's so often we waste so much time on these irrelevant factors. You can literally just control for these factors, you know. What's wrong with it? When it comes down to it, most people, if they search their inner experience, will either, I mean, the sort of enlightened rationalist will go, well, then I don't think it is wrong, you know? And okay, maybe...
That's what happens to the debate bubbles. Then it becomes, well, maybe pedophilia actually isn't wrong, or maybe incest isn't wrong. And I'm like, you're not thinking deep enough. You're not having a deeper relationship with a larger calling about your biological experience. So what you do is here's what happens. Here's what fucking happens. Hold on. Don't distract me, chat. Here's what happens. There's this thing that happens where you've got a human being and they have all these thoughts. They have these thought bubbles, okay? They have all these beliefs, okay? And they have a why for these beliefs. But the why was given to them by the bubble they grew up in, okay? That's fine. Then they pop this bubble and they realize, hold on, maybe I don't have this belief anymore, but I still have these beliefs. Where did they come from? Okay, they have to find the reason down to the foundation for their belief, okay? But if they step on this foundation and it breaks, and now they're over here and they're like, wait, what the fuck happened? And they're only left with 2 of the beliefs they hold. They need to do the same thing with this, but it's scary because what if it breaks again and they're all the way down here? And then what if it breaks again and you can't even see them anymore because they're fucking in the pits? That is called a rock bottom when it comes to deconstruction. I hit my rock bottom because I fucking took away all my beliefs. And now you got to start again. Why do I believe what I believe? What does it mean to be a human being on the planet? Now, religious people might say, I'm having this feeling with this overarching feeling, this calling I feel, and this feeling, I'm going to call it God. And I'm going to say this feeling is calling me to serve the Lord. Okay, you might have this other person who says, maybe it's a Brittany. Okay, this is Brittany. You might have a Brittany who says, oh, hey, I seem to have this overwhelming feeling towards the universe, but mostly that I am just a part of it. And I have a higher calling to having a deeper relationship with this thing called the universe. And I'm trying to figure out what it means that I exist and like how to, move forward with that understanding that I'm a part of the universe. I'm not reaching towards the universe. I'm not below the universe. I'm a part of the universe. I am enveloped by the universe. Okay? So I am not, God is above us. I am below God. I have a relationship to God versus I am of God. So you might go in the spiritual bubble, okay? And the spiritual bubble might say, oh, we're all God. The universe is God. God is energy. We're all God. And I'm saying, okay, I don't know why God is needed to have the realistic understanding that we're a part of the universe. Why do you need to call the universe God? What is God? What is this? Like, we are all literally scientifically energy, but why do you have to move it to be like this weird then God energy? And so it's like, no, I don't just, what am I? What am I doing here? And then we can start the process of good, bad, which I don't believe in objective morality. So when I say good, bad, it's also subjective. That's the irony. So when people say, oh, Brittany, I don't like the way you say good or bad, it's subjective. It's my opinion. You can't argue with my opinion. You can disagree with it, but it's true. I think you're bad. I think you're a bad person who does good things, or I think you're a good person who does bad things. I don't believe in objective morality. So then there's that other layer to it that I think is so funny. And this is what I do have an inkling towards. I do believe in limited free will because I do think there's a destiny that we all are headed towards. So somebody asked me to make a video about how to know if you are the generational curse breaker in the family. You are when you are, but I think I was always heading towards this direction. All my life, I have fought my destiny because I didn't want to do it. And I try to do other things. And every time I try to do something else, I find myself back here in this place. And so then I tell myself, okay, Brittany, it's obvious we're going to do this thing now. You don't have a choice, it seems. And that is so Avatar coded. We're deconstructing Avatar: The Last Airbender in the Discord right now. So no spoilers, but it's like Aang in the first 10 episodes where, he's trying to run away from his destiny of being the Avatar. That's what I felt like I was doing my whole life. But it's obvious that I'm meant to play this role. Right? And what that is, I think, is not magical or God or the universe. It is simply my biological predisposition to be a perfect specimen for being the one person in the family who goes, I'm going to call you out. Because I'm the only person with this personality type in the family. I'm the only person with this big of a mouth. I'm the only person this progressive. I'm the only person in the family who could do it because I'm the only one who has the education. I'm the only person who also pursues the education. I'm the only person who puts and dedicates all her life into deconstructing. So obviously it's going to be me. How could it be anyone else? So, okay, I'll do it. Now I'm ready to do it. Now I'm ready to be the Avatar. Okay. Does that make sense? So it's like this idea of people, right, wrong, bad, good, destiny. It's like, what does that even mean? It's a relationship to the experience. I am you, you're me, we are experiencing each other. We're just experiencing. This is an experience. Are you guys having fun? When you come on stream every day, does it feel like an experience? Sometimes, probably more than other days. Some days probably feels like, oh my God, what a great stream. Some days I watch YouTubers, I'm like, fuck, I feel like I just had the greatest experience. Some days I watch them and I go, Chat says, random question, how do you find the motivation? What works for you when working out with a chronic exhaustion? I have a video about this. Hold on. I have a podcast about this. I got you, boo. I got you, boo. Hello? I got you. I got you, boo. Let me find the link for you. Okay, I'll link it in the chat right now. That should be the best video you can watch on that. If you feel like I still didn't answer your question, I might make more content. But I feel like that video answers that question. Chet says, apologies if this is too personal, but are any of your siblings joining you on the journey? Ooh, that's a really that's a multi-layered question. Can we dissect it together? Apologies if this is too personal. Do you know what I love about you saying that? Is it's personal. It is, isn't it? Isn't that funny how you know that intuitively? Do you know that intellectually as well? Because a lot of people don't know how personal of a question that is. That is such a deeply personal question because you're asking a multi-layered question of where are they at? Where is their belief systems? It is a deeply personal question. So thank you for that. Are any of your siblings joining you? Joining you is an interesting word. Are any of us ever joining each other on anything? Or are we all just like individuals having a journey that overlaps? I would say that none of my siblings are joining me, but all of my siblings are on their own journey. And all of them seem to be progressing slightly forward, some better than others. Yeah. But I would not say that any of them are joining me on my journey. It seems to be very like, and this goes back to destiny or a sense of like a lack of free will. This seems to be my path, like my genuine path. But I would say that, yeah, I mean, like if I had to, hold on, if I had to map it out, it would look like, here's my journey, I guess. Okay, but it always ends up going. And then like, here are some of the other siblings' journeys, you know? You know? But everyone's definitely on a journey, some heading in better directions than others, you know? And it looks like more like that. You know? And it's kind of nice. It's kind of a nice thing. I hope I'm not the only one, you know, over on this side. Like I hope this sibling specifically, like I hope they continue, and I hope this sibling keeps going, and you know, I hope this sibling who's orange fucking gets her shit together and turns around. You fucking dumb bitch. I love you. You know, you know what I mean? So like, it's all like overlaps and it's a mess, but it, you know, I swear, like as I move forward, some siblings are trying to move as far back as possible. Oh my God. Okay.
They're right in being consistent there. But even such people tend to still feel uncomfortable with it. You know, somebody actually once put me through my paces on this, because I used to be a bit of a utilitarian, and I used to talk about this and say, well, I suppose like I can't see anything that's objectively wrong with that. And someone I know like pretended that his new girlfriend, he like introduced her to me as like his cousin or something. And then like later on it became clear that they were an item, and he was just toying with me to see how I'd actually react. Because it's easy to say, oh yeah, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. But you're still going to be like, what? Like, because it's so universal. So what's going on there? We just think it's disgusting. We're just like, gosh, no. I mean, that's your brother, that's your sister, that's your mother. It's like that's all you've got ultimately when you break it down. There will be people who say,
actually, marrying cousins is just not universal. It's really popular around the world, in multiple places. Do we have to stop it? Yeah. Like I always told my cousins, I was like, look, we need to stop this. We need to stop marrying our cousins. I'm over it. Let's just marry our girlfriends instead. And one of my first cousins did marry one of our second cousins. And I was like, hi, this is crazy. What are we doing this for? They didn't even have to change last names. And I was like, don't you think that's kind of a red flag? To this day, I don't know how they have sex. I don't get it. Because I grew up with both of them. And I'm like, you guys are like my siblings. And I don't understand how you did this. I don't, to this day, understand it. I don't get it. I don't get it. But they have a great family and lots of children. I'm just like, I guess, you know, I don't think it's good. I think it's like I think it's a settling for a culture that was familiar to them and reinforced by a culture that's around them. And also, I highly doubt they're telling their American friends. They're Americans, but I highly doubt they're telling their non-Assyrian friends that they're cousins with the same last name. But yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it.
Say, no, you know, like I believe in God and God has...
I mean, I get it logically, but emotionally, I don't know how they did it. Like, I don't even know how they kiss each other. And I say this as somebody who, like, as a little kid, we all kind of fooled around as cousins for sure. Like, experimenting as little kids, you know, figuring out yourselves. But, like, that obviously was the culture. But, like, you know, you have crushes on your friends in school. You have crushes, you, like, all, like, experiment, kisses on the cheek or whatever. But then you realize, like, maybe not. You know, maybe not. Yeah, I don't get how, yeah, you know. That's why I say, like, it can't be that icky. People are doing it. People are doing it casually, too. You know, usually siblings or parents, that shit is way taboo, and people are not doing it casually. But, like, marrying your cousin seems so casual around the world that I'm like, even in America, didn't they recently have to say stop marrying your first cousins? I don't remember where, but they had to like put it on the books, and I was like, girl,
is enshrined into the moral law of the universe that this is wrong.
Yeah, there's just way too many people in the world. That's what I said to them, chat. I said, hey, there's like 8 other billion people in the world. You can't pick one of them. That's what I said. I was like, there's like so many other people. Pick one. Oh my God, I told my partner, I was like, hey, is there a chance we're related? He was like, I don't think so. I was like, okay, but Assyrians and Croatians, didn't they have a time together? Is there any chance we're related? That's how sure I wanted to be. I was like, I just want to make sure, did Assyrians and Croatians, were we here for a short time at all? I was just like, can I please have a relationship with somebody that isn't related to me? Thank you.
Interestingly, still doesn't tell you why it's wrong, just gives you confidence that it's wrong. But fine, shelving that at least for the time being, like for at least the secular ethicists among us, like even secular ethicists will say, no, emotivism is wrong. Okay, well then try to account for what's going on here. Maybe you will just say that in this case, people are just having an emotional reaction, and for that reason, it's not wrong. But I think that's just what's going on across the board. Think about the worst, most homophobic person you've ever met. What do they say about gay people? They don't just say abstractly, like completely dispassionately, I think that is immoral. They say it's disgusting. It's disgusting. No son of mine will be gay. No. You know, it's got this emotional component that everybody knows. Everybody knows about this emotional component that these things have, but I think there is just the emotional component. I think that's what this ethics is. That is the difference between a father saying, my son is gay, as a matter of fact, and saying, it's wrong that my son is gay. I think if you isolate what the difference is between those two statements, is that in one case, he's feeling something in relation to that fact about the world. And it's...
No, and again, like, I understand, like, if you want to have a genuine discussion about, like, why being gay is wrong, you know, back in the day when they used to debate this, they talk about how, like, well, the point of being a human is to procreate, and gay people can't naturally procreate. And had our understanding of our species be that our only reason for existing is procreation, I could see why you might come to that conclusion. But as we learn more about ourselves as a species, it seems abundantly clear that we also, everything we do seems to be within nature, our nature, and that includes our desire to pick and choose mates and not procreate. It is just as much nature to choose a good mate to procreate as it is to say, nobody, I'm not making a baby with any of these fools. You know, the dilemma is that they believe that a truly actualized or fulfilled person will make a baby with somebody, but we know that not all people can even naturally make babies with people. So it also adds this layer of like understanding, are we purely going, again, I think we should have a deeper relationship with our biological experience, not a superficial one. The superficial relationship with our biological experience is like, whatever the default is, a baby, or like a young teen, maybe through puberty is a better example. Maybe a young teen going through puberty is our most default biological experience in a sense, right? Like all these hormonal changes, all you're thinking about is like sex, party, rock and roll. Like you're just thinking about like all the angst and everything. But what we tell kids is you will have a better relationship with yourself. You'll be mature over the years. You will mature. You won't be this way anymore, which implies that our biological experience is an ever-changing one too. Like if we go from a baby, you know, the moment we're born, we start to die, right? Like, but like it's a process. Then the idea is that we would be a different person along that process, which is hopefully the goal. Hopefully you are not the same person you were in 5th grade. And you're not the same person you were in high school. And you're not the same person you were in college. And hopefully you're not the same person you were in your 40s when you're in your 80s. Like, hopefully you were changing. The issue is that we don't agree on what that change implies. So, like, that's why I say it's very hard to have these conversations when we're also arguing with people who think the earth is 5,000 years old and God put them here. And that men have one less rib because women were made from the Adam's rib. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very hard to have these conversations with people.
It's not like another fact that he's adding on. There's only one fact there, which is that his son is gay. And the only thing that's being added on in saying that it's wrong that his son is gay is how he feels about it. You might remember that I said that emotivism is it's a theory about ethics, but really it's a theory about language, right? It's more about what people mean when they say particular words. And so to say that when someone says like, you know, the world ought to be this way, what they're doing is they're expressing an emotional state about the world. They're expressing their emotional reaction to the world, that they don't like it, you know? And you can still make sense of what's like going on there. It's kind of like if we were looking for some food and I said, let's go to Wetherspoons. I don't know if you know what a Wetherspoons is, but it's a glorious pub chain in the United Kingdom. And you looked on your phone and said, oh, they're all shut. And I went, oh, God's sake, you know, like I'm expressing a preference about how I wish the world were, you know. And crucially, I'm not just reporting this. I'm not just saying, you know, I wish we lived in a world where Wetherspoons were open all night. You know, that would just be a fact about my psychological state. It's the expression itself. And I think that if I said something like, it's just so wrong that they shut early or something like that, I use these moralizing terms, that what I'd be doing is expressing an emotion. So you can still say something like, you know, the world really ought not be that way. But the emotivist just translates that language into the language of ethical expression in the same way that, like, I don't know, you might translate when a lot of the time in like relationships with people, you kind of have to translate what they're saying. If your wife says to you like, "Oh, you're back 10 minutes later than you said you'd be."
Also, wait, can I just say something about incest? Because I think this is what's interesting. I know for a fact in Assyrian bubbles, the reason they talk about marrying your first cousin as being reasonable is because they would say, this is how the family would say it. They'd say, well, we're all in clans and all of the clans are separated and you wouldn't mix the clans together. So like the Muslims and the Assyrian Catholics, they wouldn't be dating each other. And the Assyrians here and the people here, like they wouldn't be cross share. So obviously the people within your dating pool will eventually be people who are related to you through marriage or otherwise, right? And this is why I say, be careful with this narrative that I'm only going to date people of a certain skin color, or I'm only going to date people of a certain village, or I'm only going to date people of a certain culture, because at some point it will just be someone you're related to. And I'm saying, what is so important about this skin color, or about this tradition, or about this relationship, or about this religion, that you would rather do incest than marry somebody else, or you would rather do incest than not marry at all? Like, what is so important about upholding this tradition? And I'm saying that is a part of that thinking that makes me think to myself, any dating expectation that says I'm going to limit myself to this pool of people because I want to continue those genetics is somehow related to incest eventually. It always connects back to incest somehow. Because like, why? And also, especially if you believe in the consciousness and the high compatibility partnership, then you would never say to yourself, oh, I'm going to marry a person of this whatever, because this whatever might not be, like, that's you basically saying I'm willing to settle. I'd rather marry a person who's, well, I guess that's what people, yeah. I guess that's the thing is like when you're dating, you really got to ask that person, like, are you settling with me? Like, are you picking me because you're fulfilling a fantasy of yours, like a desire to have like a specific kind of family? Or are you picking me because of who I am? Like who I am as a person, you know? Yeah, Chess's monarchs do this all the time to keep the bloodline pure. Yeah, I think that's what's so weird about it. And I think that's where we get it from, probably as people, right? We probably get it from some sense of hierarchy, some sense of community, you know? And yeah, I think that's what it is. I don't blame people for wanting to believe this is some connection to power or status or community or all of that stuff. But I think we should deconstruct past it eventually, you know? Yeah. Something like that. Yeah. Just as sometimes people have a preference for people that are completely different ethnically from them, though. I don't believe in preferences for ethnicities. Like, I don't believe in preferences for skin color. I don't think preferences are for people. If we're talking about loving humanity for what it is, then you can't be like, I have a preference for big booty Latinas. Like, that's not a preference. That's a fetish. You know what I mean? That's an objectification. That's my belief, though. I take a very strong stance on this.
What she's actually saying is, you know, stop taking me for a fool. Like, you're lying to me and you're never on time and you're lazy. But it's sort of this, there's something more going on under the surface. It might even be a kind of expression of emotion. When she says, oh, well, oh no, it's just that I thought we could maybe, you know, get dinner together tonight.
Oh, I see you, chat. Yeah, agree.
On the surface, she's making a descriptive claim about her psychology. I'm just reporting to you, I thought, I had a belief that we were going to get dinner. That's just a fact about the world. But clearly what she's actually doing there is expressing an emotional state to you. She's expressing her upset. But she's sort of disguised. And
that's why you have to say, why are you upset? Why does this bother you? Why is this not working for you? And by the way, you know how he said earlier that you can be so logicked into a corner? You're like, well, maybe incest is good. Okay. So this is what happens. This is why centrists can sometimes sound so, okay. No. Okay, so hold on. Okay. Well, I was going to be really reductive. Republicans Centrist, Democrats, progressives. Oh, this is so reductive. Okay. Republicans go, ew, gay people, gross. Centrists go, I don't know, gay people, I don't know. Democrats go, gay people, yay. Progressives go, gay people, everyone? No, progressives go like, I don't care if you're gay, everyone's great, gay, yay. But like, you know, what even is beyond gay? Like, gay is so reductive, you know, gay is so reductive, right? That's the problem. Progressives are like, gay, that's the beginning steps. That's why Democrats are like, we're gay. And Republicans are like, ew, gay. And centrists are like, I don't know, I guess like being gay is fine, but also I can see why it's gross. Okay, you can have another centrist who says, yeah, I'm not a Democrat, but I definitely think like, who cares if you're gay, right? Okay, but when a centrist says, who cares if you're gay, they're not saying it in a deconstructed progressive way. When progressives say like, who cares if you're gay? Tonality differences. Who cares if you're gay? I don't really care that you're gay. Different. And that difference is everything. Same words, different attitude. It's like, I do not care that you're gay. That's not even a factor. Versus like, I don't care that you're gay, bro. Don't talk to me about it. Look, bro, nobody cares that you're gay. They don't mean it in the same way. And the dilemma is like, you have to decide, have you deconstructed past? Because what you will do is you'll go, incest is bad. Yeah, incest is bad. Oh, but I'm in a logical cage of pushed into a corner where I'm like, man, I don't have a good argument for why incest is bad. I guess incest is fine, bro, but don't talk to me about it. Ew. Versus, no, incest is bad. Here are all the logical conclusions we've come to. Here's taking everybody into consideration and harm reduction. That's why I move on harm reduction. Because as much as we can logically make an excuse, an explanation for incest, here are all the reasons why ultimately incest bad. Which is why I went through a Rand stage of objectivism, because I thought, oh, rape is actually bad. And there is like an objective reason it's bad. And I was naming all of these reasons, but the Randians totally fucked with everything. And they're like, actually, it could be really logical to have rape. And I'm like, next. So then I was like, okay, no. Rape is bad, not because it's objectively, like the universe has dictated it's bad, not because God has dictated, not because it's objectively bad in the outside of human perception way, but because within human perception and the constructs we formed and the societies we have and the relationships we have with people, there is no incentive for rape outside of these contexts. And these contexts have no place in this type of society. Therefore, rape wrong. Like, rape is wrong for so many reasons. But if we're talking about ethics, which is society, then we could just automatically map on to all of the consequences of rape occurring, all of the consequences of incest occurring, all the consequences of these things occurring, and talk about why we want to mitigate harm. We can't eradicate it. We can mitigate it. And like, that's the difference. My moral perspective, my personal morals, rape wrong, period, always, ever. No logical ever conversation about rape being good. Society, though, is abstract. It's more like, can there be a utilization of rape that will help benefit society? If our society is fucking Mad Max, do we want a Mad Max society? No. So no. But that's the dilemma. There are some people, Americans, people around the globe, men, who believe Mad Max sounds kind of fun. And that's the point. Okay?
It in the language of truth claims about her psychology, right? And the same thing's going on with ethics. When someone says, I think that's wrong, what they're doing is having an emotional reaction to something and putting it into descriptive clothing. I was always already just deeply suspicious of the idea that ethics is this. It's a very difficult thing to define, famously, like concepts like good and bad, but we employ them all the time. Like, outside of this kind of conversation, you know, if I'm a bit late to this interview and somebody says, oh, I just think that's really bad, that's really immoral that you were late. Like, without doing any meta ethics, we all kind of get what's being said there. Right? Technically speaking, if I asked everybody in this room, well, what's your definition of wrongness? What does that literally mean? Do you mean that it causes suffering? Do you mean that like, people might have different views and whatnot, but like, on the surface level, we all sort of use these terms and we kind of get along using these terms and we know what they mean. So I was just interested in the fact that it's a kind of lexicon that I was already frequently employing.
Ted says, what about cultural preferences? Like, I couldn't imagine dating someone who wasn't from Black culture, even if they were white or Latino, but stepped steeped in Black culture because of how they were raised. I'm assuming you mean Black American culture, right? Because Blackness isn't a monolithic cultural experience, right? Blackness is diverse. So when I hear Black culture, I hear American Black culture, which is just for correction, just so I understand. And in that case, I think what you're saying to me is I want someone who's familiar culturally, so we have overlap with language, behavior, music, TV shows, food, experience, lifestyle, and Blackness is a cultural staple of American culture. And I want to experience this particular bubble. I could see it as adjacent to, I want to have that country life, I guess you could say, maybe. Or I want that city life, maybe something adjacent to, or I want that experience because I think it's like saying like Mexican culture. I think it's adjacent. Is that analogous? Like you could say I want, like, because American Mexican culture is a very specific bubble. You'll hear this from kids who were born sort of like in between, or you could say Black culture. What about kids who are Black who were born into Black culture? That exists. So what you're really saying is that thing that is identifiable as, in which Black kids who are born outside of it, who don't identify with it, can feel like, why aren't I a part of it? That thing is like that is Black culture. Yeah, like I could see your desire to want to be in that bubble with that culture. I would say, mapping it onto other examples that I gave, like you could say, like, I didn't grow up in the Assyrian bubble as an example. I don't date in Assyrian culture. My cousins do. Some of my cousins do. I could have dated within the Assyrian bubble, but I just don't match. Like I feel like a visitor a little bit. I'm too halfy. I'm like too half. You know, like I'm too half in the white American bubble, or the suburb American bubble, or the country American bubble, or the immigrant to whiteness pipeline bubble than I am to the Assyrian bubble. I also don't speak the language, so it alienates me as being more within that bubble. So if I visited, they're like, oh, Brittany's the white cousin. So I'm like less in the bubble. If I dated within that bubble, it would feel like a cage, because I don't belong to a bubble like that. So for me, it would feel like a trap. Even though I love visiting and I feel so home there and I feel so welcomed and I feel so loved, if my life was around that bubble, I would feel trapped, which is not that abnormal since my parents left that bubble. Fun fact, my parents were born into the Assyrian bubble and they left it as the rebels. They didn't raise their kids in the Assyrian bubble. So we were sort of the rebels of the family because my parents felt like they were in a cage. They were dictated by the family, dictated by the culture, dictated by the expectations. There was an expectation there. So the question is there a freedom to this bubble, or are you allowed to go past this bubble? Because the question isn't that it's wrong or good. The question is, do you feel at home there, and will you always want to be there? Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's similar to like, I'm married to a Croatian, but I'm not married to the Croatian image that you might be imagining in my head, right? That says, I guess I was just wondering, what were your views on that preference ethically versus preference for race and other things? I think if it comes from a genuine place of wanting something familiar and community-wise, I think it can be healthy. But I also think it's like what I recognize as like two bubble thinking, because but I don't mean this derogatory. I mean this like fine. Two bubble thinking in my mind is to say that human beings build tradition and culture around each other with language, and my world is going to be around that world. So you are putting yourself in the bubble. And I'm saying, as long as that feels like liberation to you and joyful to you, it's fine, because it's not about objectifying the human body. It's about experiencing the human it's about experiencing human experience, right? I think that's what you're saying. You're not dating somebody for their body. You're dating somebody for this cultural experience. And that is a real experience, like culturally Black, culturally Mexican, culturally Assyrian is a different way to live. You know, it's a different way to be. And it's a vibe for a lot of people, but it's predicated on a shared atmosphere. So as long as it feels like liberation for you, I think that's fine. Ethically, I think it's really good. It brings a lot of stability and culture and consistency. You can rely on your neighbors. You speak differently or speak different, similar languages about safety. You signal to one another. You can understand each other better. Like, I think marrying somebody and being with somebody who understands that can make sense as long as the person you're with. Okay, let me just tell you this though. What if the person you're with, okay, because, hold on. What if you're with somebody who's from the Black cultural bubble, but they don't want to live in the Black cultural bubble? Because then you two can be a team. Can I draw you a picture? I'll draw you a picture. Because what you could do is you could have, holy fuck. You can have the Black cultural bubble. Okay. And this bubble is culture. This is a cultural bubble. It's very specific. Okay. It's not, what I'm not hearing from you is, maybe I saw a TikTok the other day that said, Black grandparents, Black great grandparents, my wife will be Black, I'll always be Black. And what that said to me is something kind of icky. Like, even though I think he meant it powerful, I think he was trying to say that you're not Black if you're mixed. And I think that's icky because we know that's not true. And we know this, I think this obsession with wanting to be Black all the way down is almost like saying, I'm going to objectify the human form and say I am nothing more than Blackness. But like, I think you are more than skin color. But I think that comes from a desire to counter white supremacy. So I also understand it emotionally from the desire to counter it. But what I'm hearing from you is you have a Black cultural bubble and there's something there that's similar. Now, you might be with your unit. Let's say you have a partner and your partner you found in this bubble. Okay, hold on. You found in this bubble and you are in this bubble. But you two together also decided to form your own bubble adjacent to this bubble. So now you have the freedom to kind of make sure you have your own privacy as a unit that maybe changes some stuff up. Maybe there's something about that bubble you want to culturally shift into a more progressive way or a different way of being, but you still like the overall vibe of the bubble, right? A great example of this is like Black movies versus white movies. Like, I hop in a lot into Black bubbles, and like, I saw a girl say, I didn't know XYZ movie was considered a Black movie because that movie did such numbers in the community. I didn't know people thought of it as a Black movie and that a lot of people hadn't seen it. And I was like, yeah, that's the kind of stuff that is so interesting. When I'm dating people, I go, what movies did you grow up with? Do you know this cultural reference? I think it's really important to have an understanding difference between the culture and the body. So I think it can be very important. I think it's super important that when you're dating, there's a lot of cultural overlap. And then the question can be, are we going to be in the bubble or are we visiting the bubble? Because my partner, though Croatian, we have a lot of cultural overlap because he's so Americanized, right? And that's the cool part about, otherwise we wouldn't have been compatible. If I couldn't have dated somebody outside of America who didn't understand America. I don't think I would have felt seen. Does that make sense? I feel so deeply seen by my partner because they're so aware of American culture. And funny enough, they don't need me to see Croatian culture because they don't care about it. They're not very Croatian spiritually. So they don't care. They're like, I don't care. I'm more interested in America. I married one of those. I married a guy who never wants to like live in America or be there, but likes the culture, likes not even American culture. Cause like when I say American culture, I mean like anime American culture, music American culture, YouTube American culture, a type of culture that's like, we also take information globally around. That makes him sound so conservative. America's so diverse that we don't even realize so much of our culture is global because we're so arrogant. But like the same thing that globally would bring us all together, like Luffy's flag, that's from Japan, but I think of it as something American because American relationship with Luffy is what I'm talking about. Does that make sense? But I don't know what Japanese people, their relationship is with Luffy. I don't know what it is, but I know when I see boys, black and brown, protesting with Luffy's flag, I know what they're saying. Because I think it comes from that liberation mindset, and liberation, you know, like the internet. They like the internet. That's what it is. The internet feels very American to me, even though it's not. But you're right, it's the internet culture. Okay, so it's not, I'm going to stop saying, yeah, but he knows so much about America, but it's not American culture. It's internet culture. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. Thank you, chat. Okay. Yeah, so I said this to them yesterday that I've never dated somebody who knew YouTube. And they're like, yeah, but you must have dated somebody who people who watch YouTube. I was like, yeah, my exes watched YouTube. They didn't get YouTube. They don't get it. They don't get the internet speak. They don't get the memes. They don't get the culture. That's what it is. Internet. I needed somebody who understood the internet. Because, yeah, like oh my God, everything about, yeah. Okay, you said agree. The internet does ironically feel very American. Even though I try to watch channels that aren't American, there's something about it that just feels the same everywhere. Yeah, you said I think the internet is heavily shaped by American culture. Okay, maybe that's why my brain saw the association. But yeah, it is internet speak for sure. Like, so, okay, does that answer that question? I think it is very important that you have an understanding of what your life wants to look like. Okay, so one time I know this Mexican guy. And I rolled my eyes. I was like, you want to be white so fucking bad. He's like, bro, I just like the culture. I was like, I'm going to fucking stab you. He likes white trash American culture, like tailgating and fucking art, like trucks and mud and fucking beer fucking stuff. Like, he hashtags his posts like white trash, what's it called? White trash America or white trash something, white America, something like that. And I'm like, why are you doing? What is that? And I'm laughing so hard, but that's what it like. That is a bubble, an energy that he's like, that's not Mexican. That's my white side. I was like, you don't even have a white side. He has 2 Mexican parents. He doesn't have a white side. He doesn't even have one of those, you know? And so that's the thing. I think what he's saying, he's like, I just like the culture of trucks and mud on the wheels. I was like, for sure. Don't Mexicans have that too? Yeah, redneck. That's what it is. Redneck party. Redneck party. I think that's what it's called. Did he grow up in Texas? Fuck no, he did not grow up in Texas. No, that's what's even funnier. He did not grow up in fucking Texas. He grew up on the West Coast. That's what I'm saying. It's even funnier. The whole point is sometimes I think wait, what's a slur now? Redneck? No. Redneck? Is redneck a slur? No, it's not. Is it? No, it can't be. It's still all over everybody's merch. Tell me, update me. Somebody update me. I never heard that. I don't know. Somebody tell me. But, ooh, chat says I speak Japanese and Japanese bubbles are very Japanese, little to no American influence. So I see it as a fresh breath. Hold on, chat's moving too fast. So it's a breath of fresh air from my American hellscape sometimes. I love that. I love that. Yeah, I thought it referred to farmers with sunburns. It is, but it also could sound like a classist thing. Oh, redneck is definitely technically a slur. It's an insult from Georgia. It's a turn to insult working class people. But is it a slur or is it an insult? I know it's an insult of intelligence. Sometimes people are like, oh, you're such a redneck, bro. Like, you're so white trash. But is it a slur or is it an insult? Because slurs and insults are different. But because I know some bubbles think they're the same, but I just want to make sure here in this bubble, we don't know there's a difference between slur and something derogatory or offensive. Like, slurs are specifically different. Redneck is a derogatory term mainly applied to white Americans. Yeah, but it's not a slur. It's derogatory. Which I think aren't those different things? Because that's why, like, for me, they're very different. Cracker seems much more worse. You said akin to cracker. Some consider it to be a slur. I feel like cracker is way worse than redneck. I don't know. It depends on how the bubble moved it forward. I don't know. The chat says you can call someone a dumbass and it's not a slur. Yeah, might as well. Yeah, classist insult versus a slur. Exactly. Because I know redneck and white trash are classist insults. Right? According to Google search, it is a slur for working class white people. Interesting. Is ratchet a slur? Because you know how people call people ratchet? Isn't that like the equivalent? Is that different than calling people like, you're saying you're trashy? That's why the word was used, right? It's an insult. It's saying you're not classy. Is ratchet a slur? I don't know. I mean, it's a construct. We make it up. So just give me the updated thing and we'll vibe. Hillbilly? Is hillbilly a slur? I know hillbilly was one of those too. Oh, isn't that misogynoir? It might be. Yeah, ghetto and ratchet aren't slurs, but they're offensive. Well, they're obviously used to weaponize it against people, right? Yeah. Okay, so maybe not a slur, but definitely misogynoir. Yeah, see, that's in classes for sure. And just rude, honestly. Yeah, all good stuff. Good conversation. Good conversation. It can also be a descriptive term inside the community. Yes, absolutely. So that's the other thing too, is like in a safe space, these are also descriptive words. And in other places, they're reclaimed words. And in other places, you can't be using them between groups. Because that's what language is. That's why language is so important, even though it's a construct and it like only exists within the vacuum of that construct. It is an expression of communication, right? So we need to be aware of how we're using those words. Like I certainly, if I describe myself a certain way, but even then, again, mixed company, you should be careful about how you use language for sure. Which goes back to what we said earlier about the G word being a slur. It's like, yeah, definitely, right? Because I feel like slurs are dehumanizing, or am I wrong? Well, definitely dehumanizing and meant to be hurtful, deeply hurtful. But even more than that, I think slurs are meant to be hateful. Versus you might just be, it's kind of the difference between sexist and misogynist. They're adjacent, but they're different. So a sexist person might be like a liberal who votes for like a woman president and thinks women can be just as great as men, but also thinks like women are equal to men, but women can be a little bit more naggy. He's like, bro, that's so sexist, bro. Women are not more naggy. Versus a misogynist would be like, never vote for a woman. Women are never equal to men. Like women can't lead countries because women are inherently less than men. That's misogyny, right? Chet said I don't even know if I should be saying these words. Is COON a slur? I feel like I can't say that word. That word, I feel like I can't say it. I feel like I'm not allowed. So I don't say it. There are certain words I do feel comfortable saying, like I don't get an ick in my body, which goes to what Alex was saying. Certain words give me an ick, but I can say them. It's different saying it in private, like in a space where you're saying the word. I don't feel an ick when I say words in private because I know why I'm saying them. But in public, I don't want to hurt people's feelings. And I don't want to convey a part of my vocabulary that isn't in my vocabulary. So if I was saying it in an academic way, I could say that word and be like, okay, but I feel like saying it on the internet is crazy. Because it feels like not my word. I feel like Black people say that word. Like Black people have a right to that word. Do you know what I'm saying? But white or Assyrian people, like I don't have any connection to that word. That word has nothing to do with me. Right? Yeah, FG Signifier, he says that word a lot. You know what I mean? So I'm like, that sounds like your word. That doesn't sound like my word. That's why I'm like, I don't think that has anything to do with me, right? But that's why I don't use it, because I'm like, right? That makes sense. Yeah, it'd be weird for somebody outside the community to use it. Inside community, there's a criteria, though I haven't seen it defined. Okay, so yeah. It's like I don't yeah. I love language. I really do. I think it's so great. Yeah, but even white people, like, guys, that's why I say, like, it's hard for me to, like, I don't identify as white because I'm Assyrian. When I say white, I mean, like, those words we used earlier, like hick or white trash or hillbilly, what do they have to do with me? Or even when people are like white liberal white people, my brain never thinks they're talking about me. I imagine like tech bros. Like when people are like, oh my God, liberal white people, I'm like, tech bros. Like, what does that have to do with me? But that's the thing about language, is like, do I embody a sense of connection with this word? Or is this something else? Is this describing a specific bubble? But anyways, I do love language. Oh, I love it for this reason. But that's why I think it's so important. But this may be why I don't believe in objective morality either. Because all of this is so fake and real at the same time. It's so real, but it's so not real. Like, it's so tangible, but it's so abstract. I love it. I love it so much. You know? Oh, chat says, CON to me as a Northern English white person from a mining town is not something I knew outside the internet. See, that also makes sense. Okay, like in Croatia, a lot of the a lot of the cuss words, a lot of the insults are like, go fuck your mom insults. Like, they're very like about your mom. And I've been wondering that too. Like, it's interesting how language, what cultures, what their deepest insult to throw at you, is it coming for your mother? Like, I think that's so interesting. Like in Croatia, like, oh my God, that's one of the first things I learned, is like, oh, and like, that's interesting. Like, yeah, your mom jokes. Yeah, that's maybe the patriarchy and the misogyny of it all, really. But I also, I do love a good mom joke. But then, yeah, it's like, why the mom jokes? Huh. Versus dad jokes are something great. Mom jokes are something insulting. Kind of interesting. Discord said in French, you can just say your mom in a tone and it's an insult. Damn, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's so interesting too. I'm so fascinating. Discord says, we say your ma and your mom in Scotland. Wow. Okay, I guess your mom is just a universal thing. I think. Chat says we need a slur stream. I think this just turned into the slur stream. I think this is what just happened. Which, by the way, going back to what Alex O'Connor was saying, this is where the debate bros would be like, actually, I do think, since language is a construct, we can all just say whatever we want. Versus acknowledging, though language is a construct and none of it has meaning outside of our perception, because it has meaning within our perception, you have to be smart in how you use language, because you might say something that might be a fuck around and find out moment, Or you might say something on purpose to evoke that anger out of someone, and you might fuck around and find out, So it is kind of, so when you talk, this is why I think philosophy is also language. What does it mean to know right from wrong or be bad or good? And then, how do we, this is the faith of God, having a relationship with God. It's a real thing, but it's also a construct based off of the feelings you're having. And that's what language is. But also, you better watch your mouth. You better watch your fucking mouth. Even saying fuck, bro. Growing up in a bubble where you weren't allowed to say fuck, to this day, my Catholic siblings go, wait, what do they say? Frick? What's the other one you say for fuck? What the frick? What the, I don't remember, but they have all these like innocent ways to say it. I was like, well, if the intention is to say the cuss word, you might as well just say the cuss word. And then there's a whole moral debate. Fudge, thank you, chat, fudge. They go, oh, fudge. And I go, wait. So we had this discussion with the priest, because we have a friend who's a priest. And I said, hold up. If their intention is to say fuck and they just say fudge, they might as well say fuck. And he's like, you shouldn't say either. And I was like, see, because the intention is in your heart. The intention is in the heart. So you shouldn't be saying it at all. You know? Exactly. Exactly. Okay, we are nearly done with this video, though at this point, I'm kind of low on spoons. Should we finish it? Should we say goodbye? Should we make out? What should we do? What should we do? Let's see.
But also deeply suspicious of the idea that there is this thing in the universe called like goodness. It just like like where does it exist? How does it exist? Does it exist like in people, in actions? Like can something even exist within an act? Like where is it? What is it? You know? It's like, okay, well then let's start paying attention. I mean, this is not an uncommon thought for people to realize that this good and bad stuff is essentially just people saying stuff. You know, it's just like viewpoints and subjective preferences, all right? But let's get more specific. What exactly am I saying? Because I use these terms. It's not like I'm using a term without knowing what it means. You know, it's not like I've just used the word obnoxious, but not known the definition of obnoxious. I know what I mean when I say these terms, right? But when I reflect on it, I'm like, but what is this good, this bad?
Chat says philosophy is saturated by ideologies of white men. I want to know the philosophical ideologies of minority groups. Well, tomorrow, what we'll do to end out our week, our first week of Black History Month, I want to do Black philosophy tomorrow. So, you know, it might be something you've seen before. There's only so many options, and we might get copyrighted, which sucks. I hate that. I really hate that. I can't show you shit because I get fucking copyrighted. Today, another part of my stream got demonetized. My I think it was the trans video, I think. It got demonetized. And I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, bro. I'm so annoyed. Like, I'm just like, that's the problem, is like all these old videos of philosophers, unless they're YouTube channels, they're TV shows. And if they're TV shows, so I'm going to try to find also maybe somebody who has maybe like a YouTube, because there's some bell hooks YouTube videos. There's some other people who have like YouTube video and it's better. So we'll do it tomorrow. But if you guys want to drop in the Discord, people you might want me to watch tomorrow, or people I haven't thought of or haven't talked about yet, and you want to introduce us to it or to them, you know, let me know and I'll try to incorporate and find videos of them for tomorrow. But yeah, it's a struggle but it sucks because the TV shows have some of the greatest discussions between the philosophers. And that's why I'm so annoyed. Like, this is why the future to me is sharing. The future to me is I don't know. Chat said, what's the demonetization? It's the original owners of the product not wanting you to make money off their work. That's why I think the future is sharing. The future is saying, I'm not trying to steal your work from you, dude. I'm not trying to make money off your work. I'm trying to use your work to have a larger conversation. I'm not like, you know what I mean? Like, they don't care. They don't care that you're trying to transform the content. They're just like, I'd rather have people watch it on my channel. Yeah, but like, then we can have a conversation about it. You know what I mean? That's why I'm annoyed. But yeah, I'll look some people up. Okay, Chad, I see you. I copy and paste this. Okay. All right, let's call it a day because I'm a bit tired, but I'll be back tomorrow. Great conversation. I really, really, really appreciate the conversation we've had today, guys. I know I can look angry, but I'm honestly just thrilled. I'm passionate. I'm excited. I'm horny, if you will, a little bit, just like in a very philosophical way. Very stimulated by these conversations, and I appreciate it so much. And you're the greatest, and you're the best. You're the smartest audience ever. Okay, everybody else's audience, my audience. Oh, you know. Okay, see you tomorrow. Love you. Bye. Bye. Love you. Bye.